esteemed guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the conference on the role of universities in achieving SDGs. The main aim of the conference is to bring to the table a range of innovative ideas and experiences from various stakeholders on selected themes aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. The first day of the conference was about the SDGs and its related themes on quality education, gender equality, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The second day of the conference will focus on the SDGs and the selected themes of reduced inequalities, good health and well-being, building relationships for SDGs. I welcome you all to the fourth technical session of the second day of the conference. The theme of the conference is reduced inequalities. Session is to identify whether universities are preparing citizens for the future for a world that is more equal. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend a hearty welcome to the invited speakers of the technical session, Biswajit Das and Upasana Sikri. Dr. Biswajit Das is a professor and founding director of Center for Culture, Media and Governance, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. He has almost 3 decades of teaching and research experiences in the field of theory, method, and history of communication in India. Professor Das has been a visiting professor at York University, Toronto, and fellow at the University of Windsor, Canada, East-West Center, MSH Paris, and the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. Besides his teaching and research career, he has been involved with various civic society initiatives in the country in media advocacy program and development communication projects. His research has been supported by the Indo-French Scholarship, Indo-Canadian, IDRC, University Grants Commission, and ICSSR. May I request Dr. Biswajit to share his experience and knowledge.
Thank you very much. Thank you, madam, for such a generous introduction. It's indeed an honor to be here. I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor and other officials of Centurion University for organizing this wonderful theme, probably much pressing in demand in the recent times. As the title of the topic is on reduce inequalities, I would rather focus more confined to talking about caste-based reservations in higher education institutions, and also specifically on looking at the larger legislations and parliamentary proceedings and debates. What are the underpinnings of all these? As we know that universities are proudest in the modern era as a central public institution and basis for critical thought, they are currently challenged by a variety of social forces and undergoing a deep transformation in both their internal structure and their relationship to the rest of the society. I mean, universities are becoming much more unequal. At the same time, higher education and research are being organized, funded, and marketed in more integrated ways and on a larger scale, nationally, regionally, and even globally. I mean, I would like to confine my presentation only to talk about the debates, the ongoing debates, with the help of taking some issues on caste-based reservation policy in the university system and the larger thinking at the level of judiciary and parliamentary proceedings in making such policies and amendments. as we know that the anti-reservation agitation, which triggered off by the central government's decision to implement recommendations of the Second National Backward Commission, that is Mandal. Analysts, in fact, claimed that the agitation, while succeeding in reopening the basic issue of the validity of the provisions of positive discrimination for weaker sections provided in the Constitution, also forced the state to restore status quo entire with respect to further implementation of the policy. I mean, it is also claimed that anti-reservation agitation of the period in mid 1980s had in fact been able to exercise a political power and influence quite out of proportion to their basis of support in society. In fact, the low rates of utilization of the benefits of reservation in employment points to the inadequate capacity to avail the benefits and access to education at all levels, including at the higher levels, is undoubtedly the key to building capacity. Paradoxically, while the criticism against reservation questions the need for reservation, when the rates of utilization is low, it is also considered that it is this improvement in the rate of utilization that has led to elite resentment and agitations against the policy. I mean, while OBC reservation has been enforced in the southern states like Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, for example, for over more than 6 to 7 decades, the agitations in North and Western India reflected the insecurity felt by the middle and upper caste populations in these states, as the rate of utilization of the benefits of reservation improved over the years. It is also argued that the classification of OBC, other backward castes, has been contentious because in several states, groups which suffer from disabilities and discrimination, which are closer to those suffered by the scheduled castes, ought to be included in the category of SC and ST, OBC, and not OBC. This is particularly true of states which have substantially lower percent of population of scheduled castes compared to national figure, and correspondingly claim to have a substantially higher percent population of OBC. In fact, the lack of credible information on the population of OBC was one of the strong criticism against reservation during the challenge to the Constitution Amendment and central education institutions, that is, reservation in admission, before the Supreme Court in the Ashok Kumar Thakur matter. The Supreme Court set aside two orders sorry, of the Madras High Court, which had directed the central government to hold a caste-based census on the grounds that courts could not interfere in the domain of policy. I mean, Constitution, 93rd Constitution Amendment Act 2005, inserting Article 15, Section 5, was a historic piece of legislation. The legislative proposal was carried through with an overwhelming majority in both houses of parliament. All political parties supported it, and therefore it may well be presumed that the public policy on reservation in matters of admission to higher education institutions had popular endorsement as reflected in the voting in parliament. I mean, the follow-through legislation for publicly aided institution, the Central Education Institutions, that is the Reservation in Admission Act 2006, was expectedly brought into force with all-round political support within parliament. Not even the known political detractors of the policy of reservation registered the policy inside parliament. I mean, the policy of reservation was challenged in the Supreme Court, and the process of litigation lasted over a year with an interim stay on the implementation of CEI, that is Central Education Institution Act 2006. The final orders of the Apex Court salvaged the government's pride when the challenge to the bias of the Constitution Amendment was dismissed, and Article 15.5 was held to be constitutionally valid insofar as publicly funded institutions are concerned. And there was no decision as to the privately funded institutions, save one of the five judges on the Constitution bench, headed by Chief Justice K.G. Balakrishnan, holding that it was unconstitutional. I mean, the apex court also upheld the CEI Act 2006, subject to the creamy layer among OBC to being excluded from the benefits. One of the demands raised in Parliament, that is the Lok Sabha, during the debate on the Central Education Institutions, that is the Reservation and Admission Bill 2006, for short, was to hold a caste-based census to enumerate the number of OBC in the country. Much of the refrain was that the OBC were not being given their justified dues in proportion to population. I mean, on behalf of another, ally of the then central government, DMK support to the bill was laced with caution that there should be no exclusion of the creamy layers among the OBC, and that the reservation should be enforced one go and not in phased manner as was being proposed to be done by the government. And similarly, PMK, another ally of the then UPA government, opposed the staggering of the reservation quota over 3 years as provided in the bill so as not to reduce the unreserved category of seats. It was also argued that without reservation in access to higher education, the facility of reservation in employment was ineffective. I mean, the opposition to reservation in employment at the time of implementing the Mandal Commission recommendation was quoted to drive home the point that the criticism of reservation in admission was ironic. I mean, even though the debate on the bill related to reservation in admission to publicly funded institutions coming under the purview of the central government, demands were raised cutting across political affiliations to introduce reservation in unaided institutions as well. I mean, one argument in favor of such a reservation in unaided institutions was that the foundation had already been laid down in Article 15.5 of the Constitution, which referred to the term aided or unaided. I mean, another argument referred to the capitation fee or donation allegedly accepted by unaided private institutions, which was almost equivalent to some sort of reservation for those with resources to pay such high fee or donations. The debate in Lok Sabha also drew a distinction between reservation as a right and quota as a concession. I mean, the issue of reservation for the constitutionally recognized category of Indian population, the socially and educationally backward caste, that is SEBC, has always been contentious. I mean, at the heart of the problem is the enumeration and listing of who exactly constitute the SEBC. I mean, I will cite here one of the instances here that during the interministerial consultations and the proposal to introduce the Constitution, that is 104th Amendment Bill 2005, in the winter session of Parliament, members of Parliament belonging to the OBCs met Arjun Singh, a former Minister of Education, Human Resource Development, and cutting across party lines, demanded that the words any socially or educationally backward classes of citizens appearing in the new clause 5 of Article 15 be replaced with the words other backward classes. The minister made a case before the House that Article 15.5 was inevitable if access to higher and technical education was to be ensured for the SC and STs and the OBCs. He made a plea for the state governments to take follow-up action and reiterated the resolve in this regard of the central government under the then prevalent national common minimum program. Thus we can see the sovereign institution of parliament elected by the people of India backed the amendment of the constitution, fully aware of the consequent steps that would be required. The term advancement of weaker sections referred to in the amendment comprehensively dealt with all aspects. When you say advancement, that is reservation of seats, differential fee structure in favor of the weaker sections, different procedure for admissions, and any other manner in which access of weaker sections could be ensured. For example, by hostels, scholarships, and so on. But under the new provision, such advancement had to be backed by appropriate laws. Consolidation of caste identity to demand equal access and equal treatment in society, particularly in education, can be traced back to the latter half of the 19th century India. When Jyotirao, or you call it Jyotiba Phule's work on Brahmin teachers in the education department, in fact, which was published, I think, back in 1869. It's in Satya Deepika, that drew attention that Brahmin school inspectors colluded with the school teachers and sent in misleading reports of the educational aptitude of the children of cultivators. In fact, it refers that the caste of Shudras have not got sense. They have no desire. I'm just quoting that particular. They have no desire for education at all, and went on to assert that this is not true. This is not true. The Brahmins are imposters. They achieve their ends and promote the interests of their own caste. No one brings them justice, quote unquote. In fact, Jyotiba Phule demanded education and appointment of school teachers from the lower castes. Prepare, in fact, I quote, prepare a class of school teachers only of Malis and Kundis, another for Mahars and Mans. That's what, unquote. The newsroom, similarly, you can see the newsroom composition was equally a matter of concern for Jyotiba Phule, who argued against Brahminical domination of the expression of public opinion in the vernacular press. He felt that coupled with the public inarticulacy due to lack of education among the lower castes, this domination by editors who were all Brahmins misrepresented public opinion to the colonial rulers. The argument of merit, which was put forward by those opposed to reservation, it is argued that merit is objective and fair, whereas reservation is against the principle of equality of opportunity guaranteed by the Constitution. This is to say, only when the merit principle is satisfied can there be equality of opportunity. An opposite argument could as well be that without quality of opportunity, merit cannot become operational. Those favoring reservation could therefore argue that historical deficit in opportunities in terms of access to education and higher education have compounded to a situation where only the removal of cumulative deficit could bring about equality of opportunity. Thus, for the protagonist, reservation is one of the ways in which such reduction in cumulative intergenerational deficit could be addressed, and thereafter equals could be compared on the norms of merit for the concept of merit itself to be meaningful. And in contrast, those opposed to reservation can equally strongly claim that merit is nothing but competitive equality of opportunity. The problem is that the concept of what, sorry, the concept of what constitutes merit can be contested. It has been argued that merit is a social construct that reflects a range of factors over which the individuals has no control, including natural talent, family background, educational environment, economic resources, and gender role socializations. I mean, let us illustrate for the sake of argument what the more meritorious achievement in a senior secondary school, for the sake of argument, what is more meritorious? I mean, achievement in senior secondary school certificate examination as a cumulative assessment of 12 long years of schooling, or achievement in the entrance examination of a prestigious higher educational institution. It is possible to settle for a combination of both types of achievement in granting admission based on merit. However, that leads to another problem of giving relative weightage to either type of achievement in settling for an agreed combination of the two types of achievement. In other words, the concept of merit is contextual, and it may well be argued that certain achievements would require further normalization of the unfair advantage of unequal opportunities, as, for example, a candidate with opportunity of having been tutored and coached for a competitive entrance examination may have over another who had no access to such ready to use skills of beating the competition. I mean, equally, the concept of equality of opportunity can also be contested. The question that may be asked is, can unequals be taken to be equals just because both appear in the same competition? Is the same competition to determine merit to be taken to be the opportunity? If so, what about the foregone life opportunities of the disadvantaged that are the gateways preceding this singular opportunity of competing for admissions? I mean, notwithstanding the impressive growth achieved by the nation since independence, there is a gross underrepresentation of the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, and the other backward classes in education and employment. The constitutional guarantees of political representation has ensured that the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe are never underrepresented in parliament and other legislatures. The Mandal report and the controversial build-up of the agitation against reservation for the OBC in employment had an unintended benefit of political consolidation for the OBC, resulting in the birth, rise, and growth of caste-based regional political representation for them, particularly in the states of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. That the growing political representation of OBC in legislative institutions, even in the absence of any constitutional provisions for the sake, could only have led to the inevitable demand for representation in other works of life and opportunities. While demand for representation in employment preceded and gave rise to greater political aspirations, which was also caste-based, should it have been a surprise that the logic of caste would be the basis for correcting the imbalance of underrepresentation of OBC in education? In fact, the logic of a caste as a collective for bargaining is obviously against the liberal as well as the neoliberal logic of individual rights. I mean, the question of caste is undoubtedly an ugly question to ask, because in popular middle class English speaking readership that is catered to by the mainstream English language press, the mention of caste could be perceived or concluded as being casteist and therefore unfashionable. This is not a
Excuse
recent
me,
trend.
Dr. Das,
Yes.
excuse me. Could you please conclude in 5 minutes?
Okay, I will finish. I mean, this is not a recent trend. I mean, the lament about caste in Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's address while piloting the Constitution First Amendment Bill 1951, incorporating earlier what you call a clause 4 in Article 15, indicative of the logic of underplaying caste as a consideration. The grudging admission of caste as a reality, but which was somehow shameful to mention, is the logic. The critics of reservation have used this logic to their advantage by putting Pandit Nehru in justifying the agitation against reservation. This is aptly clear, as I quote Pandit Nehru, this is aptly clear from the statement of Pandit Nehru's made by him on the floor of Lok Sabha on 1951 and 13th June. After all, the whole purpose of the Constitution as proclaimed in the Directive Principles is to move towards what I may say a casteless and classless society. The question is, while the goal of our Constitution is equality for all, and all as equals without prejudice of caste or other consideration, it is the ultimate goal and not the status either at the time of Constitution coming into force. Not today. While every small step towards bringing about equality is a necessary precondition, the institutional constraints that deny opportunities to the disadvantaged sections of the population is ignored in the discourse against caste reservation and in favor of merit. In fact, the operationalization of Central Education Institution Act 2006 was in the first instance stayed by the Supreme Court in March 2007 till final hearing in August 2007 with the observation in its interim order that the issue need deeper consideration in the background of the legal and social importance. Let me quote a news magazine with a pronounced pro-reservation tilt to cover the news story. The bench felt apparently correctly that it was premature to conclude that the law under challenge was unconstitutional, but the bench, curiously enough, did not deal with the question as to why the principle of presumption of constitutionality of a statute did not arise in this case. This being an opinion piece, the author had the liberty to give his personal preference through use of words, curiously enough, even as he was referring to a factually correct assertion about the presumption of constitutionality of law made by Parliament. In one of the very few opinion pieces in the mainstream English print media as well, you find there are different kinds of reportage which came up. In fact, in the piece in Frontline ends with an even more scathing comments on the interim orders of the apex court. That is, it reads like, to rational observers, a petition making such offensive remarks against the beneficiary of an act under challenge did not deserve to be entertained at all. Clearly, the interim order suffers from a serious lack of objectivity and balance. This also reflects the larger society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Biswajit, for the thought-provoking talk on the ongoing debates on reservations, policies, challenges, voice of the people for the right to education and equality, constitutional constraints and amendments. Thank you so much. Now, let's move to our next speaker, Upasana Sikri. Ms. Upasana is a researcher and public policy analyst with experience in various capacities. She is working with UNDP as a technical expert for Aspirational Districts program for more than 2 years now. She works closely with these districts in designing proposals in various sectors which have been sanctioned by Niti Aayog. She is also working on SDG monitoring and localization. With over 5 years of experience, her work spans over sustainable development, policy integration and implementation, poverty reduction, and livelihoods from the grassroots to the central government level. She holds a master's in development economics from South Asian University and bachelor's in economics from Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi University. Thank you, Upasana, for being with us. Now over to you.
Upasana,
hi,
good morning.
Unmute.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just share my screen.
Just a minute. I just want to, I think we can have the discussion after. Can you please announce that? Yeah, that we can have the discussion after Upasana makes
Yes.
the. Yeah,
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you.
After these two presentations, we'll go for a discussion.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Upasana C3. I'm a technical expert with UNDP India. Today, I'll be talking about Goal 10, that is reduced inequalities. How can universities help in the same? And we'll discuss an example of Government of India's efforts in this direction. We define inequality as status of not being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. It can be broadly classified into two types, economic and social. The economic inequality can further be classified into wealth and income inequality and is the most quantified and calculated form of inequality. Social inequality occurs when resources in a given society are distributed unevenly, typically through norms of allocation that engender specific patterns along lines of socially defined categories of persons. In India, one of the most distinctive forms of social inequality comes within the spheres of gender and caste, where people coming from the marginalized sections of these social categories are directly impacted in terms of their opportunities, access to essential utilities, and their potential as a whole. Now, coming to Goal 10, the importance of Goal 10 in the overall SDGs lies in the fact that development is not sustainable if people are excluded from opportunities, services, and the chance for a better life. SDG 10 calls on the international community to reduce inequalities within and among countries. The 10 targets within this goal cast a wide net to capture multiple drivers of inequality and to ensure that no group or individual is left behind. Out of the 10, 4 targets address within country inequality across social, economic, and political dimensions, aiming to expand prosperity, inclusion, and social protection. 3 targets aim to reduce inequality among countries with attention to cross border flows of finance and people and distribution of voice in global institutions. 3 other targets focus on the means of implementation and put forward concrete steps for attaining greater equality by directing resource flows towards those most in need. Here I'll focus on within country inequality. India has been on a high growth trajectory for about 3 decades now. Within a generation, the lives of its multitude of citizens have changed for the better. This achievement within a democratic framework is universally applauded. And yet, the country's spectacular growth story is incomplete. India fares rather modestly on the Human Development Index, released annually by UNDP to rank nations in terms of life expectancy, average income, and years of schooling of its citizens. It was placed at 131 among 189 nations in the latest ranking. The major reason behind this is the uneven growth and development in India. Despite economic progress in the country, if these places have remained underdeveloped, it is because they suffer from a host of contributing factors. Relatively poor endowment of physical resources, lack of infrastructure, poor social capital, low standards of health, nutrition, education, and skills, and above all, inhabitants demotivated due to years of poverty and deprivation can be cited as some of these factors. Many of these are both causes as well as symptoms, creating a vicious cycle of underdevelopment. Having recognized the existence of persistent inequalities in development parameters across the country, Honorable PM launched the Aspirational Districts Program in January 2018. The program focuses on economic as well as social sectors for rapid transformation of these districts. Health, nutrition, and education on one hand themselves determine the quality of life, and on the other, they are also important factors determining economic productivity, the opportunities available, and therefore employability of a person. Among the economic sectors, weight has been assigned to agriculture, water, due to the high prevalence of agriculture, animal husbandry, and horticulture in the economy of these districts. So these are the broad sectors on which program focuses its attention. Health, nutrition, education, agriculture form the majority of indicators and has weight of around 80%. Financial inclusion, skill development, and basic infrastructure form the rest 20%. The Aspirational Districts program is built on three crucial pillars to enhance development in these sectors: convergence, collaboration, and competition. The program's single focus is on development of these districts. This can only be achieved through the convergence of central and state schemes to derive synergies and direct resources in an appropriate manner. Second, the program has mobilized administration at all levels: central, state, district. Central and state Prabhari officers are appointed for all districts. They handhold the districts in case of any challenge the district might be facing. All tiers of the administration are active stakeholders. They recognize the need for collaboration and are channelizing their expertise and resources to deliver on this task. Third, the idea of competitive federalism is taken a step further to foster competition between districts. Any sort of rankings first competition. Here in the program, districts are ranked every month on the basis of delta scores on 49 indicators. There's a dashboard built in for this purpose called the Champions of Change dashboard. It gives the overall as well as sectoral ranking of the district. At the heart of the program is the movement towards using data to inform key decisions. This brings to the fore a new approach to governance through evidence-based policy making. The program ensures on-ground translation of this approach by relying on four features. First, through monthly monitoring of data across sectors, districts are allowed to track their own progress as well as that of others. This high-frequency monitoring reinforces the 3Cs approach. Second, using this data, districts are ranked using the Delta methodology. This method shows the month-on-month improvement and allows for a focused attention on the identified gaps. Third, to ensure the authenticity of data, regular independent surveys are commissioned to ensure its validity. This validation process has greatly benefited districts to identify and address data discrepancies at the earliest and to strengthen their data collection mechanisms. Finally, these aspects of data-driven governance are reflected in monthly rankings on the Champions of Change portal. This portal is a prime example of data transparency. Since all the underlying information are available for public scrutiny, the Champions of Change portal is a step in the right direction to inform policy in a targeted and result-oriented way. While in the beginning of the program, there was no fund allocation to districts since the program was designed purely on lines of improving governance in these districts. In 2019, JICA loan was available, which was used to allocate funds to these districts. Allocation was designed in such a way that districts were incentivized to perform better in Delta rankings each month. The district ranking first in Delta ranking gets an allocation of 10 crores, second gets 5 crores, and each sectoral ranks were awarded at 3 crores. UNDP works closely with NITI Aayog on Aspirational Districts program. The technical support to NITI Aayog includes hand-holding the districts in preparation of meaningful proposals and getting it approved from the empowered group of secretaries. More than 100 projects are being implemented in these districts, which were formulated with support of UNDP. Apart from this, UNDP conducted an appraisal of the program, and the major result was that the program has been successful in reducing inequalities in the most backward regions of the country. Coming to the question of how can universities help in reducing inequalities? Universities, as we all know, are powerful engines of global, national, and local innovation, economic development, and societal well-being. However, there exists substantial inequality in access to higher education. A university education has, after all, traditionally been an elite pursuit. High tariff institutions tend to recruit from the social elite who then go to gain high status jobs. And the circle continues. It is certainly the case that the debate around inequality in higher education has been disproportionately focused on access, that is, getting individuals from disadvantaged sections of society into universities. The best way to support underrepresented groups to apply to university is to encourage deep and sustained partnerships with the schools where these students typically study. To do this requires working closely with schools as well as collaborative outreach with a range of organizations to raise aspirations and attainment. I'll give a global example here. Western Sydney University in Australia has been committed to widening participation in and access to university education since the last 25 years. As a result, there has been a rise in the number of students from non-traditional backgrounds. Priority students include those from economically disadvantaged sections. The institution provides high quality academic pathway programs, English language courses, and proficiency testing. Almost 65% of Western Sydney University students are the first in their families to attend university. The second role that universities can play is through research, introducing knowledge and bringing this to bear on the causes and consequences of inequality. Research and experimentation can help a great deal on what programs work to tackle inequalities in strategic ways. The most obvious example of this is JPAL, founded at MIT. It's a global research center working to reduce poverty by ensuring that policy is backed by proper research. They've conducted numerous studies. I'll talk about this study on what works in improving child health outcomes. A review of 21 studies from 13 countries measuring the impact of cash transfers on child health outcomes were done. The result shows that in the short term, offering cash with the requirement that households meet certain conditions on health behavior or conditional cash transfers generally increases adoption of targeted behavior and improves child health. Providing cash with no conditions or unconditional cash transfers increases spending on household priorities and often improves overall household well-being. But improvements in child health are more difficult to detect unless the cash transfer is very large, which is usually not the case in countries. The third area where universities can contribute in reducing inequalities is through innovation. The role of universities is much broader than generating patents and publications. In fact, universities should be viewed as creators, receptors, interpreters of innovation and ideas, as sources of human capital, as key components of social infrastructure and social capital. So innovation has helped aspirational districts in combating inequality of opportunities. Here I'll take examples from Indian context. There are many innovative practices emerging out of these districts, making life easier for people at large. One such example is Unayan Banka project. It has won several awards at the national and international level. The project envisages quality education at the doorstep of the bottom of the pyramid using technology. The problem which it solved was the lack of quality teachers in rural areas and lack of personalized learning experience, hence huge dropout. It involves teaching class 9th and 10th students through interactive concept videos, providing real-time doubt clearing, examination, and digital report cards. And it is done by Ecoation, which is co-founded by an IITian. So the project is a good example of how universities can solve problem of inequality of opportunity to quality education by innovation. Another example comes from remote districts like Gumla. Few hamlets have not been electrified due to scattered settlements, difficult topography, and challenges of inaccessibility. It is also a left-wing extremism district in Jharkhand. So to mitigate this challenge, the district administration, along with Barefoot College, which is a research center, organized local women in self-help groups and trained them with skills needed for fabrication of solar panels, lights, and photovoltaic circuits. These women are fondly addressed as solar mamas. The first phase of the project involved solar electrification of 150 unelectrified households. The impact of this project is not just provision of electricity to households, but also generation of livelihoods for rural women. This project, again, is an excellent example of collaboration of a research institute with district administration in reducing inequalities through generation of livelihoods. The Bahraich district administration in Uttar Pradesh serves as another example. It has embarked on a campaign to give a new dimension to imparting primary education, roping in people across different fields to interact with the children for almost 1 hour a week. These intellectuals include government officials, retired employees, teachers in schools, colleges, students from universities. The campaign has given extremely positive results, and volunteers are themselves taking out time to teach the children. Providing a forum to young, ignited minds for interaction with intellectuals has also helped them in imbibing good values and ethics from a young age. While there is no innovation in this project, it can be cited as a good example of community engagement that universities can engage in reducing inequality is a large part of work that needs to be done in India pertains to information, education, communication, or what we say behavioral change communication. So that is it from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Upasana. You're very much right when you said development is not sustainable if people are excluded from opportunities. Thanks for providing these real-time examples how universities can reduce inequalities through access to higher education, research, and innovation. So now the forum is open for discussion.
Good afternoon, Pragya ma'am.
Yes, Nitesh.
Ma'am, I just have a point to make, or rather, I just want to speak on a point in tandem to Vishwajit sir, if you please allow.
Yes. Dr. Biswajit?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Please
Sir,
carry on.
sir, I have a point to make. I have carefully listened to your talk, and I just have a point to make over here. I understand that Article 334 of the Constitution, it has enshrined the reserve categories reservation for about 10 years, that is 1960, which was rightly pointed out by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He felt that at about 10 years, these categories, this Mahars and all socially and economically deprived one, they would pick up within 10 years and they would be integrated to the mainstream society. But however, that could not happen. And we have this 95th Constitutional Amendment Act, which extended it till 2009. That was in 2009, which extended it to 2020. And again, the saga is being continued. And particularizing on a point, if we see the case of reservations, say for an example, in MBBS, we have this privileged doctors, those who are both socially and economically sound after graduating as a doctor. They start claiming the seats in PG medical, then again in government jobs as being from the certain categories. So my point is, we need to do certain kind of a research on the direction when this saga is going to end based on caste, like you rightly pointed out, taking the caste census into account, and we use some quantitative techniques and we just predict it. We go for a modeling and understand that how many of them are still not represented in which kind of jobs and how long we are going to take it to push on. That's a point I want to make, sir. The conclusion I want to cite is we need a certain kind of a research within ourselves, that we are having eminent scholars over here, and we go for a modeling and we understand how long it is going to take. That's the point I want to make.
I think, can I reply?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You see, this modeling is not going to work. And Niti Aayog and all these institutions are doing, Planning Commission did for decades. I think these data are sophisticated now. We have got into the whole data journalism and data. We are creating data. That is not going to help in any way. The question is, how do you calibrate the notion of humiliation? How do you calibrate the notion of inequality? It's not about mere quantification. I think that's how we have seen over the decades. As a student of sociology, I'm quite well aware about literature on caste and also the caste oppressions. Now, the question is, what you mentioned here is all about when you said that how long it will go on. The question is this idea of how long it will go on. It will go on as long as you see yourself and how you look at yourself with towards the other caste. I have done my extensive field work in Kalahandi, and I have visited schools. And as an outsider, when I'm going to Kalahandi and being in coastal part of Orissa, and when I'm going to Kalahandi and doing field work, I've been told, "Oh, Katkia is siche." And secondly, when I visit the school, look at the kind of composition of caste composition of the students in the class, you can see very well, even the food, what is being given to them. You can see the discrimination which is going on right there. So the question doesn't arise when we talk about, how how long it will continue. I have no idea. I think probably that is one of the reasons. Some 10 years it has been extended time and again. That is the reason. I think it will continue sometimes.
So, sir, at a grassroots level, we need a lot of behavioral changes among ourselves to integrate those people into the mainstream society.
You see, that behavioral change is one of the most difficult process. How we look at other. I mean, within family, within your peer groups. I mean, it has to go. I mean, you see, now you look at what is happening in the public sphere. What is happening in the public sphere in the name of caste exploitation, even the larger body politic, which is involved extremely using caste. Now, how do you talk about that caste equality? Tell me, because I remember we belong to a society, it's called a civilizational society, which is based on inequalities. So the entire struggle in our life would be to breach that inequality. So democracy is actually about, even though you talk about equality before law, these are mere cliche. And I think we need to revisit to these foundational concepts and try to understand that we are such a civilization, means what Tocqueville says, democracy in America, that when he visited the United States, he was shocked. He was shocked to see how every individual in America bow down to the law. Then Tocqueville writes in Democracy in America that it can only happen in a settlement society, not a civilizational society. So only in a settlement society, you don't know your neighbor. Somebody is coming from Italy, France, Spain. So they all come together, merge together. I mean, whatever they said about melting pot thesis, that is erroneous, which has resulted later. But what I'm trying to say is that this whole idea that can only possible in a settlement society, but the inequalities will always remain in a civilizational society, whether European civilizations you look at, class. In India, it is caste-based inequality. So the question is, it's not overnight, it'll go. Even today in 2021, larger body politic, which is engaged in caste-based divisions, then what are we speaking about? If the people, those who are in the helm of affairs, if they are engaged in making caste-based segregations, probably I don't see in educational sphere everywhere, it is all politicking. It's OBC, making entry of OBC itself, reservation itself is a larger, even a dominant group, majoritarian politics, which is playing that sort of thing, so that it becomes a what you call constituency, election constituency, so that you can attract more and more people. And that is how we have been playing. And so I think it is not going anywhere far. I think there are different levels of inequalities emerging. If you do not see immediately economic-based inequalities, there are other ways of segregation. So that's where we are talking about casteism, casteist remarks. So you find that is a different way of exercising and expressing power. That is how it's emerging. My recent book, this is on.
I have other questions. Rather, I'll take your time in email and I'll ask you, sir.
Please,
so
please,
if you allow.
please.
Dr.
Thank you.
Dr. Biswas, I have a question for you. I think you got yourself in a little bit of a loop. I have a problem with your response to the previous question. When you make a distinction between settlement and civilizational societies and saying that settlement societies don't have inequalities, I think that is entirely, to me at least, it's very erroneous. Because some
No, I didn't
because-
say that. I didn't
yeah,
say that. I didn't say that. Now it has been proved. But if you look at three
it has been
civilizations,
proved. It
yes,
has been proved.
melting pot thesis, I critiqued that. I said that I critiqued that melting pot thesis where they sort of try to come out with a counter with the multiculturalism. Even that's a failure. That's a failure.
Yes,
So that's what I'm
yes. So
saying.
there is inequality.
Yes,
Right. Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes, very
So,
much.
okay.
No,
That's
no,
fine. Then we are on
no,
the same
no.
page.
I think you misread.
Yeah.
To begin with, I said that broadly there are three strands of civilizations. So one is civilizational societies, settlement societies, and what you call segmented societies. So I was sort of trying to make three typographies and classifications and sort of trying to put in. In fact, I mean, it's not me, I'm saying. You can see Tocqueville's book and Democracy in America, that is a classic.
Yeah.
And if you see that, I'm sure that you will
Sunalji,
get
hello. Niharika?
yes,
Niharika, Sunalji?
I can't hear you.
Jagannath, could you please, mute yourself?
This is an excellent book, madam. By
Parliament
Democracy in
member.
America is a Tocqueville is a great philosopher. In fact,
Yes, yes.
it is he who is sort of trying to present this whole idea of Statue of Liberty, because these are the debates in France, to United States, bringing the idea of liberty, equality, and America becomes then epicenter of that. But over a period of time, if you see the how inequality breeds in America as well. So that's what I'm sort of
I
trying.
know. I mean, somehow I feel like, because the next speaker was Upasana and she was giving us a lot of data, and I think there are issues there as well. But I think what concerns me, and I just would like to say this is, sometimes when we say that, oh, well, inequalities will remain, isn't it a self-defeatist kind of a position? And I let me tell you, I mean, probably when slavery was there, people were saying that, oh, like and now we can look back and say, oh, slavery was terrible. So maybe 200 years from now, people will turn and say that, look, inequalities that existed in society were terrible. But somewhere along the way, we have to move towards addressing that. I think just saying that, and that's why we kept the focus of the role of the university so much at the center of it, to say what is the role of university in addressing some of these things.
Yeah, I think if you're right, but still I would say that the mode of asking, the art of asking questions to inequality had changed. What I'm saying is, as an academic, if I follow the entire from 19th century onwards, from Marxist literature onwards, I mean, the term exploitation has shifted in different ways, in different forms. Now, I don't say, everybody we laugh, we say, who's exploiting whom in 21st century? But I think that notion of exploitation to domination, that domination to, again, hegemony. So there are different ways that we are sort of trying to pose questions.
Yeah.
These inequality is moving in different forms. So if physical inequality or a financial resource over resources, if inequality is shifting to cultural forms and other kinds of inequalities. So I think that is what we need to address, rather than simply because somebody joined an MBBS course and then automatically getting a seat because of, I think that is a misnomer. That is in the larger discourse, madam. So what I'm saying is, university, you are right. In what way? These are the issues which need to be addressed and which the students should be groomed in proper ways, that what are the different ways to, address the notion of stratification and inequality in society. Because I remember, as a student of social science and sociology, we start with the notion of functionalist theory of stratification and inequality, which says that inequality is inevitable in society. I mean, a functionalist explanation. They say the more the inequality, better the functions in society. I mean, that's a kind of an explanation it starts with. To counter that, you find there are different ways of engaging with those questions and critiquing those questions. I think university should groom more and more such kind of debates and discussions, and also create a positive mind in society when they pass out and go out to the public sphere. I'm sure that they will engage. So education in that sense, madam, is most appropriate, how we give them a critical faculty of reasoning and education so that they are better fed and to address the society and social inequality.
I don't want to take the floor all the time,
No,
but
no,
I have
please.
just one question. No, I have one question for Upasana. Upasana, are you there?
Yes, yes. Hi.
Upasana, you talked about the 3C: convergence, collaboration, and competition.
Yes.
And somehow I feel that the 3Cs don't go together. What would you have to say about that?
They don't go together.
Yeah, because you can't say collaboration and then competition.
So collaboration, when we say collaboration, is with private sector. For example, Piramal Foundation is working in aspirational districts to in health and nutrition sector. So collaboration with different institutes of Niti Aayog to work in these districts, and competition between districts. To
And
improve their rank.
why would you want to have competition between districts?
This is the idea of our PM, that when districts compete, they have more incentive to work better.
Excuse me, madam.
I know it is very it is not
Yeah,
the approach.
it just concerns me. It just
Because-
concerns me that UNDP is actually
No.
talking about
So
this.
this is the tenet of the program, what the program is built upon, how Niti Aayog designed it, and of course CMO was also involved. But when we did the appraisal, the UNDP did appraisal of the program, and we spoke to the district officials, we interviewed them. They were also saying that competition is not working. Like convergence and collaboration is still fine, competition is not working for them. So, I mean, that is true when you say that.
Yes. Okay.
So,
Thank you.
So is it like what PMO is saying, that UNDP is becoming univocal with that?
We have given it in our report as well.
Like?
No, we have given it that competition is not working, and then the
You're right.
districts are of the view that we are not able to compete and become better. So that
You're
is
right.
fine. I mean, UNDP can do that. I mean, we have stated it in our report.
Okay.
Yeah, it's time to conclude this session. I would like to thank
Okay,
both
madam.
the speakers for bringing their expertise and experience. So with this, we come to an end of technical session 4, and technical session 5 will begin at 11:45.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Let's
much.
take a short break. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Biswajit and
Thank you.
Upasana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Abha. Abha, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. I
You
think
look
now
so-
it's unmuted.
You look
Am I?
so,
Good
you look so
morning, both of you.
beautiful.
Good morning. I think I should change my direction.
Hello,
Can I?
Abha. Yes, Abha. The session, this is Pragya. The session will begin at 11:45.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if I can join it so that I can just try if I can use
Yes,
my
yes.
PPT or not.
Yes, please share it.
So if you just share it, I can see if my PPT can be shared. A very, very brief
I think
one.
you're already the co-host. I think Abha, you should be able to
Okay,
share.
let me just.
Yeah, you can share.
Hi, Supriya.
Hi.
Good morning. Hi, hi. So good to see Abha. She looks so well composed.
Abha, compliment to you.
And this is me.
Can you see my screen?
No, we can see you first.
Yes, and your screen as well.
Yeah,
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
absolutely.
Okay, great. So I think that is, I'll stop sharing the screen then. Last time in one of the, I think it was a Google Meet, so I didn't know how to do it, so it went off. Zoom is okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hi, hi.
You don't change at all, Venkat Rao.
Really?
Yeah,
See, look at my photo and me.
just the same. Just the same. Anyway, lovely seeing you and lovely having you here.
Thank you so much. Same here.
Start in another minute.
Welcome back to technical session of the two-day conference. This technical session is designed around the theme of good health and well-being. The aim of SDG 3 is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. With the COVID-19 pandemic, it is increasingly evident that emphasis on public health is paramount, with supporting research and development on vaccines. How can universities support this agenda will be the focus of this discussion. Please join me in welcoming the invited speakers of this technical session, Abha Mishra and E. Venkat Rao. Abha Mishra is a postgraduate in development anthropology with over 29 years of experience revolving around project management of national and community level development projects, action-based research, and advocacy activities. She has worked with state-level NGOs, international universities like University of Frankfurt, Germany, University of Edinburgh, Scotland, and University of Greenwich, London, and has been working with UNDP since 2000 to support state governments across India and UNDP on the issues of disaster management, disaster risk reduction, and within the framework of DRR. Ms. Abha is currently working as State Head, Odisha, UNDP, providing support to various projects like rural housing, disaster management and coastal resilience, waste management, scaling, and livelihood promotion being implemented in the state of Odisha. Thank you, Abha. Now over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Pani. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, CUTM, for inviting me to discuss about one of the major SDG goals, and which is all of very, very importance when you look at the current pandemic situation. I'm not a health practitioner, but I would just bring you a certain nuances what the UN agency per se thinks about and why it thought that this was one of the major goals which needs to be achieved. I'm sure Dr. Venkatarao, who's going to speak after me, would be able to give you a far, far more better insights into the whole health issues. I would just have a very brief presentation of 10 slides, and I'll just take you through it. Today we are talking about the third SDG goal, which talks about good health and well-being. Now, just to unpack it, when we look at the third SDG, it is a part of the 17 goals which have been decided by the UN journal body and along with all its partner governments to be achieved by 2030. And to measure the success, we have 169 targets, which I'm sure you have heard yesterday also. And what the vision is basically world free from poverty, hunger, and diseases. So disease being the core, one of the core aspects. And when we talk about health and bring it into the main frame, we see that all the other 16 goals are somewhere connected to it. If you do not have health, good health, and the other goals will not be achieved. And within this goal, there are about 13 targets which will tell us if we are achieving our SDG. Are we on the track? Which is the indicator where we are following in? Now, just to take one example, why we say it is all linked to other 16 goals. If I pick up the goal 14, which basically says life below water. Now, you would say, how does life below water support good health or well-being? Many of us have already, all of us know fish is very good for health. Where do you find the fish? It's below water. So if we are able to achieve that SDG goal in conservation of our life below water, we are in a way contributing to the good health of this planet, this human society. Now, if we talk about, let's say, goal
6, which talks about clean water and sanitation. And we all know that sanitation is so important. In this pandemic also, one of the major thing which was told to all of us, wash your hands, sanitize your hands. Sanitize the surfaces where you feel they may have been some connect with a COVID patient. Even if you look at, partnership. And today we are talking about a partnership with an institute, a temple of higher learning. How do they support? I'm sure, most of the institutes, be it a local institute or of a global standard, can contribute to this particular SDG goal, because there are certain activities which only these institutes can do. And that is what we are going to talk about today. Within the SDG 33, like I mentioned, there are 13 targets. And the targets are there on the screen. And I'll just read out a couple of them, and I'm sure you can just Google it and get the others also there. We talk about maternal mortality. That's one of the biggest targets, which we have been all struggling with. Substance use. I'm sure every one of you have been reading the newspaper articles and thinking about what the raids which are NCB has done, and what type of drugs have been found. Why do people do it? How does it impact their health? Is something which is very, very important. And over the years, if you really look at it, the drug abuse have increased because it's lucrative, it's easy money making, and for the consumers, it gives them a high. And why is it there? Is it because of something, mental well-being? We don't know. And I'm sure Dr. Venkat Rao would be able to tell us something about it. Road accidents every day. India is considered to be the the global head of road accidents. We get so many road accidents. What does it do? It not only just restricts a family's economic growth because the bread earner has died. It could also restrict them because the injuries are such. He did not die, but he became disabled. So there are many of these things which sorry, just for a second. I'm so sorry. And then, like I mentioned, we have linkages with all the SDGs and also the targets. That's what this slide talks about. When we talk about no poverty, it's basically when we talk about poverty is one where would increase the malnourishment. It would increase the malnourishment, or it could also, because of our immunity, low immunity, we may be susceptible to certain diseases. So if we are able to be able to mobilize good resources, which would help us in reducing the poverty, I'm sure taking, increase the buying power, which would help us reduce even the malnourishment, which is the SDG 2, where we're talking about better excess, reduced malnourishment. So in that way, we have all the SDGs somewhere linked to it, and within that, certain targets which are going to support in us in achieving our SDG 3 goal. To give you a very, very brief idea about what are we looking at, where we are in India. You know, they say globally, children die. Of course, we have reduced it. We have literally reduced the, everyday death count in the global world. But still, 5.4 million children die before their 5th year. Why is it? I'm sure there are many reasons, and how the universities could support in this activities is also something which we will have to talk about and debate about. In India, if we really look at it, the stunting rates of children has declined. Even the maternal mortality rate ratio has declined. But despite this, have we achieved it? Our targets? No, we still haven't. We have to bring them down to a double digit. You look at the some of the diseases. Tuberculosis is high. Then 1/4 of the world is in India. We are also increasing our adults living with HIV/AIDS. We also have stunted growth children, and we also have children which are wasted. So these are still some of the problems which the country is grappling with. So why university? Why we always think of university as partners? One, we expect university to provide us quality education. They also have the capacity to undertake research. It's considered to be a trusted and a neutral partner because it doesn't have affiliations with anyone. It has a people-centric approach. It also has a wide network where it could provide education, it could undertake research, it could also provide evidence-based solutions and also innovate. And it is a very, very essential partner. When you look at the COVID situation, who were at the forefronts besides the doctors and the paramedics? It was different universities, different research universities which were also there. They were producing, they were working day in and out to actually find a vaccine. How to do it? They churned out people who were very good logistic managers. So in a way, universities have a big, big work in front of them to make this world a sustainable world. So why the education which is being provided in the university? So what does it do? It basically protects us against poverty. It also helps in social mobility. It helps people to critically think, which is one of the reasons why a lot of innovations come. I'm not saying that people who are not educated or who live in certain villages do not innovate. Yes, they also innovate. They also do it, but to scale it up, sometimes the universities play a major role. They innovate with the innovators to make it accessible to everyone. They also provide skills which is needed for the rapidly changing labor market. And higher education contributes in many ways because it also makes people resilient. Suppose if I have an education, if I'm not able to get a work as a development professional, but because I have a writing skill, I can become a writer, or I could do a content writing, or I could just work as a manager somewhere. So it is very, very important. So universities per se, are knowledge creators, helps us in dissemination. It does research, education, and outreach. And also, these institutes lead a path for the sustainable development because they also do a lot of impact studies. They do monitoring of certain things. They come up with, recommendations. Now let's come to the university hospitals, because we are talking about health and well-being. What are the university hospitals' contribution? They play a critical role in the public healthcare system. Why? The first and foremost, they actually train a new generation of medical professionals. I'm sure today, in most of the hospitals, they would have gone one notch up in teaching their students how to deal with a pandemic. Because most of us may not have seen the 1918 pandemic. It also provides care for patients because you have hospitals within that also. So you provide care. And now with the telemedicine coming in, they are providing that. They are also using technology to, isolate contaminated zones. They're using to do disease surveillance. And who are the ones who have produced? In certain areas, it is like, I can say, the India's disease surveillance system was supported by WHO, the Center for Disease Control, Vellore, which also used to do a lot of work on non-communicable diseases. So the whole disease surveillance system, with the help of the university, with the help of the health professional, it was first tried out in Orissa. And today it's a pan-India work which is happening. It also does a lot of research to find innovative solutions for cure, because they, most of these university hospitals also have a research wing which looks at the history of the patients and the diseases and comes out with possible solutions and cures which are further tested and further grinded to make it available to people like us. And also, they are employing a lot of people. So they also, are part of the economic development of the country. What has this pandemic done actually, if you really look at it? It is, a lot of people are saying it has halted or reversed progress in health and shortened life expectancy. It has disrupted essential health services. In Orissa, our immunization systems were maybe, halted for a very, very brief periods. But overall, we have continued doing it because our systems were robust. The health system workers had been trained and knew what to do it. But in many of these states, it came to a standstill for a long time. It has also, because the contraceptives and other things were not available, the doctors were so overwhelmed with the COVID scenario that the reproductive health was not given importance. The maternal health and the child health also took, because even today, are batting for school to reopen. The basic idea is they are saying that the mental health of the child is not so good because he is not finding people of his own age to play with. So there are certain things, and I'm sure we will be continuing, debating on it, and I'm sure Dr. Venkat Rao would be telling us more about it. So what do we need? I think I missed one. We need universities to promote sustainable development by expanding and disseminating knowledge, support in capacity building through trainings, and in each of the universities which have, even if it is the chemistry laboratories, the biology laboratories, even innovation centers, the startup scenario, all these have been working. The MediPlus, the Medicare, these are all small parts of innovation which worked and is supporting us for our health and well-being. Universities can support these, take up a lot of research work with these students, tie these students up, maybe as volunteers, maybe as interns, with communities to understand the community needs. There's something in anthropology which is called ethnography. Now, within the ethnography also, you have ethnobotany. Now, the first time I actually looked at it, the ethnobotany, what was being done, I met a young German researcher from University of Frankfurt. She was collecting the various species of plants which the tribals use as medicinal for medicinal purposes. I'm sure, I'm not very sure how many of you have seen it. There is a one fruit with which is called Coincha coli, which was used by the goldsmiths to weigh gold. And that was being used by certain tribals as contraceptive. Now how far and how much it was useful is something of research value. And I'm sure she must have done it or given to some other, and many universities are doing that also. But universities like CTUM, where we are not focusing on, plants or research on plants or anything, because that's not part of our overall scenario, can work with the communities to document this, share it with another institute, where build up a partnership where you have the community contact, where they have the scientific knowledge, and you come together to work for a better tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abha. Your address has paved the way to understand the SDGs, various linkage points, and ways to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. We will open the forum for discussion after the next talk. So we will move now to our next speaker, Dr. E. Venkat Rao. He is a professor, community medicine, IMS, and SH Shiksha Anudhan University. He is graduated from MC College in 1991 and acquired postgraduate qualification from SEB College in the year 2003. He has worked in India and Maldives in pediatrics, yeah. I think there were some technical glitches. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello?
Yeah. There is a cracking
Yes.
voice.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
My voice is breaking, so please continue, Dr. Venkat Rao.
Thank you so much.
Hello?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I have to give thanks to three people. Number one, Dr. Supriya, for inviting me. Number two, to Abha. Beautifully presented. I would put it as the keynote address of the session. And number three, of course, Google. Of course, it was a surprise call from Supriya that, yes, I have been invited to speak on universities and SDGs. I was really happy, glad that I'll be able to speak about my thoughts, my views on this particular thing. And the subtopic is about health and well-being. Pretty interesting it sounded. But when I started Googling what exactly universities has got any role in SDGs, trust me, I got confused like anything. Then I decided that whatever comes to my mind, let me put it across. So universities as SDGs, as the title goes, if we look at that, there are three questions that come to my mind. First one, what is a university? What are SDGs? And what is the role universities can contribute in bringing out this specific sustainable development goal, that is health and well-being? And I decided that let me put these three as agendas. So my presentation will have these three sections, and at the end, I would like to mix them all. Now, I may sound a little foolish because maybe this is the new information what I have Googled. The difference between a college and a university. Because in order to know that what is a university, I need to know that how is it different from college. And these are the information what I got. Colleges are often smaller institutions that emphasize undergraduate education in a broad range of academic areas. On the contrary, universities are institutions of higher learning. So that means there is a gradation. From college to university, there is a higher level of learning. And typically, they offer a variety of both undergraduate and graduate degree programs. Nice. Universities have a different approach. What is that approach? And this approach is different from the colleges. That is research-based approach with an intention to prepare a graduate with a knowledge related to all branches of a particular field, such as science, technology, arts management, engineering, commerce. Like if you name our Shiksha Anusandhan University, we have about 8 to 10 institutions looking after various branches of knowledge. And university is focusing upon research. And there's a small example, what I got it online, is an engineering program, let us say, over there, if it is electronics engineering program, in a university, you will need to learn everything related to electronics, microprocessors, embedded systems, instrumentation, power engineering, every damn thing. And over and above, few more things, I'll come to that. On the contrary, if you look at the approach of a college, they are primarily intended to prepare a graduate for a job market. So this is basically an application. For example, a student looking to make a career in electronics engineer will study just one field of electronics engineering, not as a whole. Now, at this junction, I have a question. Is SOA deemed to be university justifies the purpose of a university? Like, what is this question? Or for that matter, is Centurion University, are they meeting it? To answer this question, one important thing, what is that research is UGC has highlighted, and that is interdisciplinary research, interdisciplinary approach. What do you mean by that? If I want to be an engineer or if I want to be a medicine specialist, I need to learn, apart from the medicine, I need to know about the law also. I need to amalgamate with the engineering section so that let there be an MRI, discovery of an MRI or a CT scan or ultrasound. So that kind of an interdisciplinary research between different institutions, those are all independent colleges. That unity, in order to bring about, UGC has told that the interdisciplinary approach is the need of the hour, and that we should solve or fulfill. Now, the most exceptional difference would be academic freedom. How do we define academic freedom? I was Googling through, and I found out this is a beautiful, befitting definition: being responsible for designing and delivery of their own programs. So that means colleges, they follow their own program, but universities, they have the liberty to design their program depending upon the current situation, the local needs. So they can choose their own curriculum. So, having considered that, this was an interesting information. In the year 1088, this is the first university of Bologna. University of Bologna is situated in Italy, and this university, for the first time in the world, came up with academic freedom. And the first documentary evidence of academic freedom dates back to the year 1158. And they adopted an academic charter that guaranteed the right of a traveling scholar to unhindered passage in the interest of education. If I want to learn something, I can learn medicine. Apart from that, law of medicine, engineering of medicine, biotechnology of medicine, every damn thing, humanity of medicine. So that freedom, if the university is able to give it, then we can say that yes, they are fulfilling the academic freedom and they are fulfilling the interdisciplinary research. And these are the three important lines which I would like to quote that would fulfill, that will complete my first objective. Universities help in providing the new knowledge and skills needed to meet the challenges of the community development. Currently, we have sustainable development goals that has been developed based on the challenges of the community. Now, in raising public awareness, what exactly university should do? One important aspect, again, UGC is telling that the extension services. You need to interact with the public. So in order to generate public awareness, providing preconditions for informed decision-making and responsible behavior and consumer choice. So this particular role being given to university, an independent institution will not be able to deliver it. Second statement, universities are considered to have been regarded as key institutions in the processes of social change and development. Sustainable development goals will not be able to achieve, we will not be able to achieve until there is a social change or development. And university plays a major role in bringing about through their extension activities. And the final statement would be, the most important role they have been assigned is the production of highly skilled manpower and research output to meet the perceived targets. Now, at this junction, I finish my first agenda and I will leave this open. And at the end, I will try to mix it up. So what is the current perceived target? For the today's discussion as assigned to me, I'll be looking at the health and wellness. Okay, let me move into health and wellness. So these are the targets. What are our targets? Health and well-being. I need to understand, what do you mean by health and well-being? Dr. Abha has very clearly, beautifully mentioned that, okay, this is one of our sustainable development goal, and it has got 13 targets. But let me try to explain in layman term, what is health? There are different definitions which has come. The ideas about health and well-being, they change over time. There was a time when health was defined that by controlling communicable diseases, but today we are looking at non-communicable diseases. They vary between different cultures. During the in a tribal community, the health has got a different domain or a different scenario, but not in an urban community. And at the different life stages, if you are young, the health is different. If you are old, the health is different. And if you are newborn, the health is different. So that means we have different facets of health. And there are several different ways of thinking about health and well-being. Now, let us think in different ways. These are the definitions which I would like to put across. Number one, absence of disease is health. I would put it as a negative definition. If I'm not diseased, do you think I'm healthy? Absolutely not. At this junction, I'll take a couple of minutes of yours to explain what I have gone through. Personally, 24 years back, I suffered from a slip disc. And I was bedridden for 3 times, hospitalization, and finally it was decided that I should go for a surgery. Radiation, through radiation, ablation of the disc or an open surgery, this was the 2 options was there in front of me. Fortunately, I came across a physiotherapist, and as on today, till today, he has been with me, and he said that I am not a case for surgery. He can give me in writing, and he gave me the intervention, and I am absolutely hale and happy. And till today, I am doing my all routine activities. Why I wanted to describe this particular case? For the simple reason that means before I suffered from a slip disc, I was healthy. And subsequently, after I suffered from the slip disc, I became diseased. If I'm thinking in that line, then I'm absolutely wrong. Why? Let us look at the second definition. What is health and well-being? Health and well-being are the result of combination of physical, social, intellectual, and emotional factors. This is the holistic definition given by World Health Organization as health and well-being. Absence of the disease is not health, and health and disease, or from good health to death, there is a huge long spectrum. And we just focus upon the disease, which is unfortunately I categorized as negative definition. Even though we will not be in a position to go for the WHO definition, let us look at the more practical definition. Achievement and maintenance of physical fitness and mental stability. Let us focus again. Physical fitness and mental stability. As long as we control the diseases, we will be running after an elusive target. We will never be able to achieve it. Health and wellness, that is the reason why under the Sustainable Development Goals is not disease-free, but we have to look for how to bring about health. And health, as it has got 2 dimensions, physical fitness and mental stability. Now, coming to a beautiful snippet, you don't have to go through all the lines. WHO has given, this is one of the snippet, I took it on the mobile only. Non-communicable diseases kill 41 million people every year, equivalent to 71% of all deaths globally. Out of the 13 targets, what we discussed a couple of minutes back, non-communicable disease also there is one of the target, and it has not been given due weightage when it has got a contribution of 71%. Should you take it as one among the 13 or due weightage should have been given? Number two, if you go to any typical outpatient department, what are the common diseases what you come across? And you will be surprised to know almost 1/3 of the population, they come for musculoskeletal abnormalities, orthopedic problem. My shoulder is aching, my knee is aching, my neck is paining, all these issues. And there are several other diseases which are related to our diet. So 3 important messages what I will be telling about is physical fitness and mental fitness. And to both of them, you have a cross-cutting issue is about diet. How to bring about, so this is about the second objective. So how to bring about any change to bring the optimum health and wellness. And who in the world is the key or the pioneer to speak about this? My next slide will tell you. Please identify this image. This is none other than Maharshi Patanjali, the author of Yoga Sutra. About 5,000 years back, our Indian civilization has told that what is yoga? Yoga is nothing but union of body, mind, and soul. What do you mean by that? Body is about physical health. Mind is about mental health. And soul when you achieve the final target. And in order to bring about health and wellness, in my opinion, only answer is yoga. What yoga is teaching? Yoga is talking about Ashtanga yoga. Have you heard of that? There are 8 dimensions of yoga. You might have heard about it. Samadhi is the finalmost, the final destination. It starts with yamas, niyamas, asanas, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, and dhyana. And finally, samadhi. I would request all of you to go through Ashtanga Yoga through Google, and Wikipedia will give you this picture and further clarifications. But remember, out of the 8 components, 3 important components are of very important, and they are asanas, pranayama, and dhyana. Briefly, let me touch upon what all these Ashtanga Yoga are talking about. Yamas, they are talking about 5 moral principles. They are what all the things you should avoid. In the interest of time, I will not go into the details. Niyamas are the 5 do's. So the what are the not don'ts and 5 do's. Then comes asana, is a posture. Now you need to maintain a posture. Then pranayama is the breath control. People who have been practicing pranayama, beautiful research articles have come up that COVID has not been able to affect them. Pratyahara, retracting from the sensory experiences. Dharana is introspection, and dhyana is abstract meditation, and finally samadhi, the union of physical health, mental health, and with the body, mind, with the soul. Now I'll come to the end of my presentation, and if we combine the role of university, what is the purpose primarily university has come up, what we discuss is interdisciplinary research. And in order to achieve the health and wellness, that is sustainable development goal number 3, what can be done, especially in India? If we can practice through all our institutions, all our sister concerns, that how to bring about changes. If you are talking about substance abuse, yes, Ashtanga Yoga is talking about. If you talk about non-communicable diseases, yes, Ashtanga Yoga is talking about. If you talk about cancer control, yes, Ashtanga Yoga is talking about. Any of the 13 targets of this particular goal, and Ashtanga Yoga probably by some or other means will be able to help us. And in that, diet is also included, water intake is also included, and having considered in a wholesome view how the university can control, I will, in the coming 5 to 6 slides, what I will be giving you is from our university, very minuscule work what we have done, I'll be sharing with you all. This is one of the recent publication in the year, this year only it came, Prevalence, Patterns and Predictors of Yoga Practice Among Adults in an Urban Population in the Eastern India. I am the corresponding author for this particular. And yoga practice in India, it has been evolved over the year 5,000 years back. Can you guess how many such prevalence articles are available in the country? Unfortunately, I would say, unfortunately, this is the second publication in the world to speak about prevalence of yoga in India, whereas India has given birth to yoga. Can yoga meet the requirement of physical activity guidelines of India? A descriptive review, this we published in the International Journal of Yoga. World Health Organization is telling the whole world, all the countries across the world, to practice physical activity, at least 30 minutes of moderate physical intensity, moderate intensity of physical activity to prevent from non-communicable diseases 6 major chunks that is killing 71% of the community. And in that compendium, yoga is not available. And we argued through this descriptive review that yes, instead of going for a moderate activity of 30 minutes, you can go for yoga of 30 minutes and you achieve that. And the next, this is a challenge we have given to Government of India, our Honorable Prime Minister, who launched this program, Fit India Movement. Can Fit India Movement help meeting the target of reducing physical inactivity in India? And this is a beautiful article. This has been published in the Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome, and a very prominent journal. And that speaks about how Fit India Movement is a public show, but we are losing an opportunity that to rope in physical activity in India through Fit India Movement. And for that, again, university can play a major role. This is a beautiful, one of the BMJ publication which we have come up, non-communicable disease care and physical activity promotion in India. Analysis of recent policies, guidelines, and work plans. And that publication, again, is an open access journal in BMJ group, Family Medicine and Community Health. And this again speaks about how physical activity has not been spoken about, and university people can raise their voice. And finally, and these are the few ones, envisaging the model of yoga-based physical activity promotion in India, how yoga can play a role in developing, yoga can play a role to bring about physical activity promotion in India. With this, I conclude my, we have one more, okay, I forgot this. What lesson India must learn from the physical activity promotion models? This is from different models across the globe, and what India must learn. With this, I would like to thank everyone. Thank you so much.
Yes, that was a wonderful session. Thank you, Dr. Venkat Rao, for giving your valuable insights on interdisciplinary approach, research, academic freedom to design programs to meet the local needs, research output to achieve the target, need of yoga practice, and reducing physical inactivity. That was a very nice point. and new ways of looking at health and wellness. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this forum is open for discussion. Yes, dear students and colleagues, if you have any questions.
COVID has taught us
Yes.
how well we can maintain the work-life balance. Like Abha, we can see she was speaking from home, now on her way to the work. Beautiful.
No, actually, unfortunately, I had to travel to Sundargarh. So I had in the morning, I had a meeting. So I started there, and now I have to travel back because I have to reach Bhubaneswar by before evening if possible. So that's also true. Dr. Venkatesh, you know, when we look at it, I mean, if the students are not asking a question, I'll start by asking you one question. You know, the time spent on devices have increased tremendously during this whole COVID scenario. And even today, like we are seeing you, me, everybody is on the laptops or phones or anything. How do you look at it from the angle of the well-being? While you mentioned yoga is very important and you know, physical activities, but while at home, what type of measures should we take so that we do not fall into a trap and
Yeah, it's a beautiful question. I would like to answer three important things. Very specific answer. Now, we need to bring in discipline, number one. The screen use has to be in a limited time. We have to design, even for a child or adult or old person, we have to have discipline that how much of screen use I have. Number two is in yoga, there is a component called Trataka. How eye exercises are being designed to avoid fatigue, not only eye fatigue, even the mental fatigue. Through eye exercises, despite of the screen use, if you bring in discipline, yes, Trataka you can practice and you can bring back. And the final most thing is, again, a part of the component of discipline, because we are putting a lot of effort on the online mode, physical activity has to be designed in such a way that at least 1 hour of activity instead of WHO's recommendation of 30 minutes, we need to increase that. Need not be moderate activity, but when we are doing a physical, screen use, right now I've been sitting for the last 40 minutes. So anywhere between 30 to 40 minutes, get up, move around, come back, drink a lot of water, and so that you will feel the urge to go to the urination, toilet, so that you use the washroom and come back. So that kind of, these three important things, if we do it, yes, even for a student or an adult or anyone, it matters the most.
I think, thank
the reasons why the universities per se within their systems may have to you know, innovate and have certain structures would support more and more you know, research on this, using students as you know, sample size, because most of the students are as of now working on the net, and also the workload is increasing. So that's, like you mentioned, research is something which is very, very important, and that's
Absolutely.
one area where universities can support us.
Yes, I can add one very important thing. What university can do is, in the country, how many universities in the country are focusing on yoga or promotion of physical activity? Because the universities, one of the important mandate is extension services. adopt a particular community and try to bring in the culture of physical activity and yoga. Traditionally, we have a thought that yoga is nothing but meditation. Unfortunately, not. Yoga starts with stretching exercises, then it comes with asanas, then with pranayama, then with meditation. So all these things, which is a holistic development which can bring in. So, I mean, I'm not a hardcore fan of yoga per se, but I have been a ardent follower. I do not advocate per se, but today's forum, I thought I must advocate because health and well-being is a major challenge.
Yeah, I just want to take up from where Abha left, Venkat.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I think clearly one of the things we are seeing now in the pandemic and the use of all these devices is the whole issue of mental health. And I think somewhere along the way, because that's my area of interest and my field, I always think that gets least priority. I know in many ways that yoga will address that, and yes, I know that, but I think there is a role for counseling, and
Absolutely.
I think somewhere that gets really diminished because I kind of keep on saying that as a university we have started counseling services, we started all those things. I mean, one thing is you can start a service, but the other thing is also getting students to understand what are the benefits of those services. So there is a kind of constant engagement with students about a lot of these issues. You are right about yoga also. We have it, we offer it also as an elective. Yoga as an elective. But I think it should be more than an elective. It should be mandated at some point, because I think you're right. Physical activity per se is just declining. We have excellent sports facilities also, but we are seeing it's like, the same kind of people who are engaging with all those kinds of things. And there are the rest of them who just lead very sedentary lives. So I think there is a lot of scope to address these mental health issues. I think because we are also seeing that there is a lot of cyber bullying and those kind of things which are happening now, which are leading even to suicides. So I think there is a lot of reason to be concerned about some of these things.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Very true. Supriya, the other one more aspect which maybe the universities have to start also discussing it more and more is the use of substance, because that has somewhere being not necessarily in the campuses or anything, but once they start earning another thing, it becomes a little. So maybe that's where also the universities could, because we are grooming young people, we could actually talk more about it, because that also impacts our health and well-being in the long run.
Absolutely. I think what you're saying is right, but I also think a lot of community education is required for these kind of things. I tell you, we have everywhere a signage saying no smoking, no ragging, no drug use, all these kinds of things. And we have these lot of shops just outside our gates. And they're all constructions which are not even legal. So we got an intervention and we told police to, actually remove them. And I personally went out and reached out to those people saying that, please, you should understand you're spoiling a young child's future by having all these kind of substances available here and making them available. So, the immediate response was, ma'am, if we stop just around the corner, there's another shop, they'll get everything there. So it's just such a difficult issue to deal with. It's not just the institution or the organization per se, but so much of community education that's required, which I think you're right. You adopt places, you have those extension services, Venkat, all those things have to be done in tandem to kind of get results in this SDG. Yeah. And I entirely agree with that. There are lots of lessons we have taken from you. and we'll try and replicate it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Yes,
Are we ending the session? Actually, I have
yes.
a program at 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
Yes.
we will be concluding the session. We have come to the end of technical session 5. So thank you very much, Abha and Venkat. Let us break for lunch and come back after 1 hour for another technical session, which will begin sharp at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. Thank you, Supriya and
Thank you.
Pani, Dr. Pani.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank
Bye.
you, both the speakers. Thank you.
Hello, we'll start the technical session sharp at 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the sixth and the last technical session of the two-day conference. The theme of this technical session is building partnerships for SDGs. The main aim of SDG 17 is to strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnerships for sustainable development. What are the partnerships that universities can aspire for, and what facilitation they require for the same will be the focus of this session. We have three speakers for this technical session: Sukhaman Randhava, Nandita Mathur, and Ambika Prasad Nanda. On behalf of Centurion University of Technology and Management, a warm welcome to the three speakers. Each speaker will have 15 to 20 minutes for the talk and will take the questions for discussion at the end of the technical session. Sukaman Randhava works with the United Nations Development Program, India, as a strategic partnership specialist. In her role, she handles the Pan-India Partnerships Framework for UNDP in India with a focus on private sector, multilateral and institutional partnerships. Prior to this, she worked as Chief of Staff in the Office of the Advisor to the former Indian Prime Minister on issues of education policy and implementation, public sector innovation, and social impact financing. Over the last decade, she has worked in the Indian government on issues of education, enhancing the knowledge infrastructure in the country, and innovative service delivery, both in terms of policy making and implementation at the national and state level. She has Masters in Public Administration from the University of Harvard, where she was awarded the prestigious Ford Foundation Fellowship by the university. She also has a master's from the University of Cambridge, UK, and completed her bachelor's from St. Stephen's College, New Delhi. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome you to this session.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. And hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm sure everybody's sort of tired with these sessions, so I'll try to make my remarks not too long. I'm, of course, delighted to join you at the Centurion University of Technology and Management Conference on the role of universities in achieving SDGs. And I'd like to congratulate the university for organizing very insightful discussions on the key thematic areas. And I'm sure we will be engaging further to learn more about the outcomes of these sessions. So as you all know, the Sustainable Development Goals provide us with a comprehensive roadmap to build nations and communities that are sustainable, that are resilient and inclusive. They also address global challenges that we collectively face, including poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, and peace and justice. And more importantly, they point to the need for sustained collective action in addressing these complex and multidimensional challenges. For without collaboration, we will not succeed in fulfilling, especially UNDP's ambitious pledge to leave no one behind. Estimates suggest that to achieve SDGs by 2030, which is the target we all have, we'll need roughly, the amounts equivalent to USD $3 to $4 trillion. And governments and UN agencies and civil society cannot do it alone. We need the private sector, we need philanthropists, non-profits, civil society, academia, and citizens to work collectively through concerted efforts to achieve these ambitious goals. And India's commitment to meeting the SDGs has been commendable, with over 271 million people from the most vulnerable sections of society being lifted out of poverty through consistent growth and large-scale social inclusion initiatives. Deprivations have significantly reduced across nutrition, child mortality, sanitation and drinking water, electricity and housing, and other basic services. However, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly reversed this progressive journey. The pandemic and the consequent economic crisis have seen 122 million people lose their jobs in India. The current COVID wave, the COVID wave that we saw earlier in the year has put unprecedented stress on the country's health systems, lives and livelihoods, and left the country reeling from a tremendous sense of loss. And we all saw the heartbreaking images across our screens as people scrambled to get basic services. As a nation and as a community, we need to urgently come together for collective action. And it is during these challenging times that the role of academic institutions, of private sector and civil society in reviving economies and livelihoods becomes even more critical. More than ever, we need a more accelerated effort from all stakeholders to meet the 2030 agenda. I feel universities can play a very pivotal role in meeting the SDG goals by becoming hubs of innovation and technical know-how, and in localizing SDGs and crafting local solutions that benefit communities and societies. So, to bring down the SDG from a more abstract level to a more local solution-oriented level, that is where universities can play a very significant role. Further, universities can leverage new thinking in areas such as AI, Internet of Things, blockchain, and so forth, and partner with the private sector to create scalable solution models. They can also be very important spokespeople of SDGs and the need to achieve the 2030 agenda, to disseminate the message of the importance of SDGs and to meet these goals for uplifting communities. Universities can also support the full spectrum of research approaches needed to address the SDGs, including interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. They can also actively support national and local implementation of SDGs and advocate for national support and coordination of research on SDGs. And more importantly, universities can also support capacity building for developing countries to undertake and use research on the SDGs. Further, we all know access in terms of just the SDG goals, access to quality education is crucial for sustainable development and a prerequisite for the achievement of the other goals. So higher education facilitates social mobility, empowers people through critical thinking, and provides them with the skills needed in a rapidly changing labor market. Higher education contributes in various ways to making people more resilient and able to face various challenges. Recent OECD statistics confirm that people with a higher education degree are less likely to be unemployed and earn on an average 54% more than those who only completed upper secondary education. So university education thus better protects against poverty. Also, digitalization, automation, and globalization are changing the face of the labor market in a rapid and radical way. The demand for highly skilled people is increasing, making retraining and upskilling even more important. The role of universities in providing lifelong learning will be critical moving forward. And on the flip side of it is, while the universities provide a fertile ground to meet the SDGs and bring the support and technical know-how and knowledge to help us achieve the SDGs, engaging with the SDGs can also benefit universities by helping them to demonstrate impact, increase demand for SDG-related education, build new partnerships around this theme, access new funding streams, and define a university that is responsible and globally aware. So I think while I did want to touch upon, significantly the crucial role that the universities can play, I also want to, quickly touch upon some of the ways in which we are engaging in meeting the SDG goals, particularly with the private sector and, businesses, private sector and government. So I feel there's every opportunity to participate in this story and shifting the stakeholder roles in catalyzing development from one based on philanthropy to one built around creating a shared value proposition. So I'll take this opportunity to highlight some examples of how we are engaging with private sector players in government. At UNDP India, we are collaborating with companies such as Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, Hindustan Unilever, and HDFC Bank, with whom we are spearheading sustainable plastic waste management practices. Through our joint program, we have collected over 76,000 metric tons of waste and empowered 7,000 waste pickers in over 35 cities, creating significant impact on the ground. Formerly, we also partnered with IKEA Foundation on an initiative called Disha to support 1 million women from low-income households. The Disha project helped women become economically self-sufficient so that they, their families, and future generations could have access to a better quality of life. At UNDP India, we are also exploring ways in which the private sector can finance development. We launched an SDG finance facility to act as a bridge between the private and government partners to design and develop financial instruments. Getting financing right will be critical to meet the SDGs by 2030. And here again, universities can join platforms or create platforms that look for more innovative solutions for financing SDGs. We are also working, in partnership with Invest India and the support of Niti Aayog. We also launched the SDG Impact Investor Map for India. This initiative is focused on mobilizing private sector capital towards the achievement of SDGs in 18 investment opportunity areas to streamline investor interest. We are also working with the government to set up a sustainable finance task force to look at creating sustainable finance roadmap and promoting resilience in the financial sector. In this space, we are also working on innovative blended finance instruments with local governments, such as social impact bonds. We all know the future of development will require these solutions. And this is, again, a place where universities can really come in to join forces. So these are just some of the ways in which we are trying to meaningfully and institutionally engage with the private sector and with other stakeholders to create long-term impact towards meeting the SDGs. And we are sure we can create partnership, impactful partnership and transformative partnership models with universities as well. But I'd like to emphasize that the one lesson that has emerged from the ongoing health crisis is the value of creating sustainable models across the board. We need resilient, inclusive, and sustainable business models that leverage less resources from the environment in the most optimum ways, yet benefit a larger cross-section of people. And unless we integrate this shared humanitarian vision into business functionalities, into universities functionalities, communities cannot prosper and propel forward. So we need to work together to create new pathways of recovery, which are inclusive, sustainable, and based on the shared values of protecting our planet and moving towards green recovery solutions. So I feel like in this context, the deliberations from this group are very timely and very important to guide us towards this direction. And we look forward to more constructive engagements such as these, and encourage the role of universities and academia in joining forces in achieving the Agenda 2030. I'll stop here and thank you very much. And thank you everybody for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sukaman, for your thought-provoking address, highlighting the benefits of partnerships and how important it is for the industries to be responsible and globally aware. Thank you for sharing some examples related to innovative solutions, shared values, constructive engagements. Now, we will move towards the next speaker, Nandita Mathur. Nandita Mathur has over a decade of experience in the field of social welfare, particularly in the field of women livelihoods, climate change, and rural development. She has played a critical role in strategy, design, and execution of large development projects. Ms. Nandita has proven experience in stakeholder management, resource material development, and development of M&E frameworks. Currently, she is working with UNDP as a lead resource mobilization and partnerships at SDG Coordination Center, Punjab, that is providing the requisite impetus to state government's initiative in rolling out the SDGs. Her current role involves defining the existence of multi-level, multi-sectoral partnerships that will drive SDG implementation with a joint vision in the state. She has worked with Ministry of Rural Development on flagship program, National Rural Livelihoods Mission, focused on poverty elevation and women livelihoods. Ms. Mathur holds a PhD graduate diploma in environment management from Indian Institute of Forest Management and a Bachelor of Engineering from Rajiv Gandhi Technological University, Bhopal. Now over to you, Ms. Nandita. Hello, could you please unmute yourself? Hello, Nandita, are you there? Hello. Am I audible?
I don't think she's there.
Okay. Then we can move to the next speaker.
Hello, Pragya madam.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, she will join as the third speaker, Nandita madam.
Okay.
Okay.
She is facing some technical issues. She will join as the third speaker.
Okay.
She can't be by.
Okay. So, do we have a third speaker here ready for the next presentation?
Yes, I think Ambika Shah is there.
Okay.
Let me check. You was there actually.
Dr.
Yes, sir is
Ambika?
there.
Okay. So now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Ambika Prasad Nanda. Dr. Ambika Prasad Nanda is the head of corporate social responsibility of Tata Steel in Odisha. He's a postgraduate in analytical and applied economics and has done his doctoral studies from JNU, New Delhi. He has worked with many international NGOs on the issues of education, land rights, sustainable livelihoods, climate change, and disaster management to facilitate creation of people's institutions through participatory public discourse. He has facilitated various research and policy initiatives to deepen democratic governance in Odisha and Jharkhand on issues affecting lives of the poor and marginalized. He has been the head of UNDP programs for Odisha and Jharkhand and also held the position of member of the State Planning Board, Government of Odisha. Recently, he has authored 3 books. He has edited books, Development, Environment and Sustainability. The second book is Climate Change, Agriculture and Environment. And the third book is COVID-19, Migration and Sustainable Development. Now over to you, Dr. Ambika.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's really a privilege to join you all for this seminal discussion and very timely.
Dr. Ambika, the voice is not clear. Could you please check the sound?
Is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it better?
Yes, it is better.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon,
Do you have any
everyone.
presentations to share?
No presentation. I would be speaking. It's like an extempore because we have been discussing and living, like targeting how to achieve the SDG goals every day in and out. I think I must thank my predecessor who is from UNDP, spoke vividly about it. I think for the last 6 years, I've been with Tata Steel and heading the CSR. In Tata Steel, what we believe are the founder who has been in pioneer in terms of our engagement with the communities. We believe that community is just not another stakeholder, but the very purpose of business is to engage with the stakeholder community. So that's very important. And more importantly, what we believe is especially the purpose of business is not just to create profit, but to create values for the next generation. And that can only happen if you demonstrate certain ethical behavior or responsible behavior in whatever business we do. And I think a lot of ideas has been shared. As I come from academic background, the academics play an important role in facilitating what we are doing today and what we should be doing tomorrow. And academic people can only guide us in that direction. And most of us who are from academic background but are joined the group of communities of practice, not necessarily stay connected with the knowledge workers. I think I must congratulate Centurion University and the entire team who have taken this initiative. And probably there is a need to do kind of regular engagement with the communities, because then only we would be able to find out what is the result coming out of it and where we can really bring the change. And I think my predecessor talked about transformative engagement with the communities, and it has to be in a co-creation. If all of us together, we come together in the sense of working out the research agenda. So as we know, even the communities, as I am based out of Odisha, I will give the example of Odisha. 1999 super cyclone, we had more than 10,000 people died in that super cyclone. But I would also mention about the contribution of UNDP in terms of building the capacity of not only the state institutions, but also the communities, where we were very active in building partnership with government, NGOs, universities, various institutions. So in 2013, when we were put to test, when another category 4 cyclone was hitting Thailand, so we had at the same time, and the chief minister had a mission called zero casualty at any cost. And probably that is where Odisha has brought in a huge change in terms of what other locations or other places which is equally vulnerable to disasters are not able to achieve it. So maybe sometimes what happens, like knowledge people, they do contribute, and maybe they would not be referred what is their contribution when the situation was really bad. But at the same time, the co-creation of such capacities at various levels brings that wonder. So I think we need to initiate such process in not only in disaster management, and sometimes we feel that the people who are poor in terms of resources do not have anything to contribute. But that's a very long-run conclusion. And if we try to build partnerships, and I know, like when I was in UN role, we were monitoring as part of the MDG, Millennium Development Goals. But when there was a shift from MDG to Sustainable Development Goals, there is a designated space for the private sector. And private sector, that even I also had the similar impression. There are a lot of good people in terms of good understanding about the sustainable solutions, and they do care for the sustainable development approaches. And especially we try to build in our own program kind of alignment with the SDG goals. And there we try to build partnership with the communities, institutions around our operating assets, and also trying to build equity around our business assets, so that they are also partners in the business outfit also. So that is where you really bring in a kind of change in terms of not just a passive participant, but an active decision maker in the entire development agenda. I think we need to do that. And in that case, I think historically and today also structurally, women and children are the worst sufferers, and their voice is never heard in this discussion or the discourse, because we have failed in creating democratic space for people who are marginalized, poor, or they suffer from multiple deprivations to come forward and share their views. So what has been, we have been seeing a kind of culture of silence. They stay away from this. I think there what is required, what I would expect, and all of us would, maybe the academic institutions can make a huge contribution. So I think if Centurion University plans to take up certain action research, engaging with the communities, not only in the periphery, but try to build partnership with having multiple actors, UN agencies is why I know UNDP do focuses on this. UN agencies, international NGOs, local NGOs, there are CBOs, and also the women self-help groups and the students and the private sector. If all of us can come together and pick up certain issues, do certain activities to help build the capacity of the community members to address their vulnerabilities and their deprivations. And having done that, if we are able to do research and continuously we do that chronological research documentation and share it with the larger community, probably we can show it to the entire world how we are able to bring the change. Because there is a commitment, and SDG goals are the commitment of the states to its people, to its citizens. I think various state governments are primarily responsible to achieve these goals. And to achieve that, probably all of us need to come together. And knowing Centurion University and their location in very remote areas, starting from Bhubaneswar state capital to the remote areas, they always have the advantage of bringing on board the communities who are in the margins and be active participants in the entire discourse of monitoring the SDG and achieving that. Only monitoring and suggesting would not be of great help unless until we achieve certain transformational changes. And to make that happen, I think the spirit of co-creation and private sector is always ready. I know about Tata Group, Tata Steel, and similarly other agencies, the private sectors would be willing. And the mandate of spending 2% is a recent phenomenon, but we have been doing it for ages. So having said it, I think what is required right now is we need to come together, and a platform like this would surely help all of us to work in close collaboration with the people, communities, especially women and children who are in the margins, and raise smiles in their faces. I think, friends, I would stop at this level and would really request if there would be some questions, we can have some interaction. That would really help us to go proceed
Yes.
further.
Thank you, Dr. Ambika, for sharing your views and ideas on it. As you said, we'll take up the questions at the end of the technical session. So now may I request Nandita Mathur to share her knowledge and experience. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
First, I would like to apologize for some technical difficulty at my end. I'm extremely sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
So thank you, Centurion University, and big thank you to my co-panelists, Sukhman and Rafnar. And thank you for setting the right tone. And I would like to thank Centurion University for creating this discussion, for creating this forum for discussion on SDGs. It's, I think, the most opportune time to be discussing SDGs and partnerships in this decade of action. So we, as you all know, the 2030 till 2030 is what we have as the timeline for us, and that is the decade of action. It is encouraging to see so many participants, and it's been a very interesting discussion that I've seen since yesterday. So congratulations to the university on that. Coming back to the aspect of partnerships for SDGs, I think my colleague Sukhman covered it. At UNDP, our focus is on creating these holistic and engaging partnerships. I am leading resource mobilization and partnerships vertical at SDGCC Punjab, which is Sustainable Development Goals Coordination Center in the state of Punjab. We've been working very closely with multi-level and partners, including the civil society, government, private sector, as well as the academia, on providing the requisite impetus to the state's commitment on achieving the SDGs. The SDGs is a platform which is kind of meeting the present needs without compromising the needs of the future generations. And that's why academia, I feel, is a very, very critical piece in this. So though the SDGs are ambitious, they are integrated, and they are, quite holistic and quite detailed. They're guided by three basic principles: that we're leaving no one behind, reaching the furthest first. So I think Sukhman also touched upon the fact. And secondly, providing an integrated approach to sustainable development. The focus is on outcomes and less on inputs and processes. So inputs and processes is something that we've been focusing on for a very long time, and now it's a good time to now focus on the output, outcomes and outputs. Lastly, SDGs are universal. So it makes sense at all levels of engagement and discussion to integrate SDGs as a part of implementation and policies. Now, in context of COVID, which has kind of vastly impacted the progress on SDG Agenda 2030, especially at the state level, where we are working with governments. There's been an impact on the welfare policies. There's been an impact on the financial status, and so many other challenges that have come up. Even then, we feel that so there's been a flagship study that has been done by UNDP, which provides a baseline COVID scenario. It provides a high damage and an SDG push scenario. According to the study, if after COVID we do not have a SDG push, the damage is going to be humongous and very, very huge. So it's the right time to work on the SDG push mandate, which takes care of the four major areas, which is governance, social protection, green economy, digitalization, and innovation. So these are the four focus areas for us also at the state level. To start to discuss about the engagement and partnerships that we've had with academia so far, we've had two high-level consultations with all academic institutions in the state and come up with a SDG academia alignment report. So this report it's basically it's a series actually. So we've come up with 3 reports, which is basically SDG mapping in the state of Punjab with academia, private sector, that's the CSR entities and other private sector entities, and lastly, the NGOs and the civil society is working in the state. The idea is to create, have that landscape in mind, that what are the focus areas for all academic institutions, how are they aligned with the SDGs, what are the gap areas, where are the areas that the specific academic institutions have expertise in, and how can government engage with them. So there have been 2 very high-level consultations on that, where we realized that what are the focus areas of certain academic institutions in terms of, the research that they're doing, the startups that they're supporting, if they're creating incubation centers within the universities, and all of that has been mapped as a part of our academia SDG alignment report. This was a very critical report in helping us analyze that what is the progress already made on SDGs and what is the kind of awareness that's already in place regarding the SDGs. But I feel that the role of academia, as my co-panelists also highlighted, is very, very critical. Even Niti Aayog in its recent report, which is the SDG India 3.0 Index 2021, has highlighted that this decade of action is the partnerships decade of action, where there has to be humongous focus on creating these partnerships. The focus is on multi-stakeholder partnerships, and that's the cornerstone for 2030 agenda for SDGs. Then I would urge, for the students and others in the audience to read this report and how the kind of emphasis it lays on partnerships with the private sector, which Supan pointed out, with the civil society, and how we can engage. Just to give an example, UNDP is working with the government of Punjab on SDG localization as well, where we're trying to ensure that the SDGs penetrate to the lowest level, which is to the Gram Panchayat level. One of the examples of engagement with academia is there, where we're saying that, okay, and there's a GPDP process that's in place, which is called the People's Campaign, which is a part of the MORD initiative. And we're trying to engage academia, we're trying to engage students in this process. So when the entire Gram Panchayat development plan is taking place, we're engaging students to create these plans, to support the community in creating these plans. One, it does not only help in creating that level of awareness amongst these student community, it has also kind of created that dialogue, which is very, very crucial in this respect. I think academia can provide the knowledge and solutions to support the implementation of SDGs at the local and state and as well as the national level. Academia is creating current and future SDG implementers. So creating courses which are SDG aligned, creating short courses and vocational courses which are SDG aligned, creating those counseling sessions to support students explore areas of, even in terms of creating careers around SDGs. Most importantly, in terms of research, I think academia can play a very, very crucial role in partnership with the government as well as the civil society in addressing the challenges that the state is facing. So I think the scope of research amongst academic institutions, as we've seen in Punjab, is tremendous. And I think tapping that potential is very, very crucial. And I think just embodying the principles of the SDGs through the organizational governance, operations, and culture within an academic institution would be very, very crucial. So another area that we're trying to work in is on creating a matchmaking a platform. So when I talk about a matchmaking platform, it says get the government, the private sector, civil society, and academia on the same platform. The same platform would be used to not only highlight the challenges, but also the solutions. I think the students can look at multiple opportunities in terms of internships, in terms of research projects, in terms of volunteering for SDG related projects, taking up as I mentioned earlier, short-term and long-term courses to see what is the scope, and how can they innovate, what can they add to it. I think in terms of what the academia can do as a very, very critical part of this process is creating awareness, helping an adoption of the SDG ways of life, and inspiring. So inspiring the future, to adopt the SDG way of life. So in Punjab, also our focus has been to create that dialogue, to get multiple partners on the same platform, and work with academia in very, very close proximity. And I think one of the discussions that's been going on very, very recently has been on creating a platform for innovation, which could be right at the which could be in form of a hackathon, or which could be in form of an innovation conclave. So that's something that is discussion going on with the government as well as various academic bodies. But so I would just like to end with with the fact that, as I mentioned, that this is the decade of action, and Niti Aayog, Government of India, and specifically UNDP has a huge focus on creating very, very mutually benefiting partnerships. And I think unless and until all of us come together to create that change, it will be difficult to achieve the SDG Agenda 2030. Though the prospects look positive, I think we need to come together to work it out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nandita, for sharing information about SDG and academia alignment report and people's campaign plans, creating career around SDGs, creating short-term and long-term courses, and promotion of ideas through student projects and internships. Thank you so much for sharing this information. So now we can go for a question and answer round. Yes, the audience is invited to ask questions.
I just wanted to ask, I'm Smita Mishra. I think the representatives from UNDP can answer this question. What is UNDP doing, in terms of engaging with the universities? Are they having any mandate for SDGs? Yeah, because that's what you all mentioned, right?
Thank you.
What are they doing? Yeah.
I think I'll start that, and maybe my colleague Nandita can then join in. We do have a mandate to work on SDGs, but primarily our stakeholders as of now have been governments to a large extent. The way we operate is through governments, state governments. So we have created these like Nandita, my colleague, was mentioning, the SDG coordination centers. We have one in Punjab, in Haryana, we have one in Karnataka. So we are engaging primarily through those centers, and those can be the hubs where we bring a lot of stakeholders together. But at the central level as well, we are open to engaging with universities, but these are, there's no, as of now, there is no, very specific partnership that we've kind of established at the central level, but a lot of our separate portfolios do work with universities from taking their research inputs, even universities in India and abroad. We have a Geo AI platform for brick kiln mapping, which we're doing with the University of Nottingham in UK, which our accelerator lab is working on. So there are a lot of opportunities that we foresee, either through SDG Coordination Center or with our thematic areas that we are working on, whether in climate resilience, whether in inclusive growth, or in system strengthening, where we can work with universities. So we are definitely open to crafting such partnerships. I'll have Anandita add in case she wants to add something. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sukman. I think you covered it. So as Sukman mentioned, so we have the state level partnerships that are happening actually. So as I mentioned, that we in Punjab, we are working with multiple universities on SDG related projects. We are also engaging them in in consultations on SDGs. So we have a partnership with not students right now, but with academic institutions, with experts in multiple academic institutions, in helping us draft the SDG strategy plan 2030 in Punjab. We're also engaging with academia on multiple projects and specific project themes, which is all basis discussion with the government of Punjab. So we discuss, so whatever is the something as a project we're developing, we're engaging with universities there. So we have we have that dialogue going on with the universities across multiple portfolios.
Okay. So we can also try to reach out to the UNDP in Odisha, because we're based in Odisha, right?
Absolutely.
So we can, yeah. So
Yes.
I just wanted to know what are the possibilities and whether it's really something that you consciously do. I know that you engage with the state, yeah, the government departments and all that, but with universities, and particularly we are a private university. So where do we come in? That's what I wanted to understand. Okay. Yeah.
In fact, as partnerships, our agenda is to work with civil society, private sector, and academia at the state level. So yeah, it makes sense to engage with the UNDP Odisha team.
Yeah. Thank you.
We already are. We have a certain amount of engagement, and I think we're going to plan to deepen it. But I was just wondering, the first speaker, Ms. Randhawa, I think that's the name, right? I was just asking, you were talking about having partnerships with the private sector, especially, I think, with something to collect the plastic bottles. So you're helping the pickers. But I was just wondering what is happening with the plastic.
So the partnership is, thanks for asking that question. Actually, it is one of our flagship partnerships. So just to give you a sense in a nutshell what the partnership is, we have, the partnership is with Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola Group, as well as Hindustan Unilever Limited and HDFC. So a lot of private sector companies have come in, and where we are engaging with them by creating an end-to-end model for treating plastic waste, across cities. So this is something we're doing in over 35 cities in the country. And the way we work is we work with municipal corporation, urban local bodies. We create partnerships with them, and we create a physical center or a space, what we call the Swachhata Kendra. And we have in that we have created a treatment model where we source the waste from various sources. It gets aggregated and then it gets sorted, and then there is an end result of how that gets further channelized. And what we've done is, so the primary program is on the plastic waste management, and we've treated around 76,000 metric tons of waste till date through this program. But what we realized was that since the waste pickers are the first agents of climate change, if you look at it, they're the first people on site picking up things, but they don't have that kind of dignity or associated livelihood capability. So what we're trying to do is build that for the waste picker community alongside this plastic waste management project. So we created a huge component of strengthening their livelihood pieces and improving their quality of life through various health, education interventions and social protection interventions. One of the things that has COVID has shown us is how social protection measures are very weak, particularly for marginalized and vulnerable communities. So that's also a huge focus for UNDP to look at social protection measures and nets for vulnerable communities and Safai Sathis as well. So we not only looked at integrating livelihood options for them in the plastic waste management program, but also built a social protection program specifically for the waste pickers who we call Safai Sathis. So yeah, the two pieces are both integral pieces of the larger plastic waste management piece.
Okay.
Thanks. I hope I answered your question.
No, we are actually doing something similar like that. We are working with the UNDP here, looking at plastic waste. As Dr. Ambikananda said, that we work in a very remote area. So
okay.
Let's start with that place, because and we'll try and work with the local government there, because we are literally the only institution there. So we work quite closely anyway with the
Okay.
local government. So we said that let's try and do it. So I have one question for Dr. Ambikananda. I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
he
I'm
here?
there. Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Yeah, this is just out of, a thought which comes to me is because, they're talking about a SDG fund. So is there something that the private sector can think of, specifically? I don't know. And because I don't know how focused you, because of your background in development sector, probably are very focused on the SDGs and that kind of thing. But I don't know how focused are the private sectors on SDGs, and can they really start thinking about a fund for SDGs or something like that, which I think might be a very wonderful idea if it happens.
No, I think it's not. I can tell about Tata Steel and Tata Group, and beyond that also all the private sectors. They are now they have people from the development sector working for their CSR outfit. So they all of them are quite aware of the SDGs, and all they are reporting on to the CSR committee of board is primarily around, and even the programs are they evolve programs around the SDG goals. I think that is the beauty of this program in terms of SDG has made its inroads to the corporates in terms of sensitizing how to design the development plans. But what is required is sometimes I know, like even though I was part of UNDP, if we do not institutionalize it, and then maybe we have a program for a particular period, but then after that, if the program doesn't continue, then people loses interest. But at this time, as you rightly said, if UNDP and private university like Centurion, if they create a platform where maybe private sector people or all the development agencies can come and share what exactly we are doing, and after sharing for some time, maybe we will find some space where we can get into some engagement in terms of, because any work we do, unless until we do research, then the next generation intervention would not be very appropriate. So research is an important component in any development agenda, and that can always flow from the private or any academic world. So that kind of partnership is required. Just to share, like for example, from the learnings from our own Odisha example in terms of saving lives in disasters, University of Leicester has created a network called Avoidable Death Network. And based on the experience from, I'm an active advisor over there. Based on our experience, University of Leicester is taking it to the entire world. How we can avoid deaths during disasters. Little bit of preparedness by the state and its actors can really save people from such natural hazards. I think what is required, people have lots of confidence the way SDG has been worked out, because all the 17 goals and the detail, the framework has been with the involvement of civil society, academic world. All of us have contributed in coming up with that agenda, and now the time has come that we all of us need to pull up our socks to achieve that. And in that context, what you raised is very valid. If you can create a platform and UNDP can come forward, I think UNDP Odisha is doing its bit. But if UNDP Delhi or headquarters can come forward in supporting and working out a framework of which helps all the partners to contribute, probably the achieving of SDG or making the state responsible in the rights-based framework would surely be accelerated. I think that is the need of the hour, and let's try to work in that direction.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? If there are no more questions.
I just have one, it just came to me in mind. I think localization of SDG is a beautiful concept. I think my friends from UNDP are here and academic people are here. I think if we did a small attempt, we tried to print the SDG goals in Odia, in the local language, and distribute it to our community members. And trust me, like you would not believe, like a lot of these communities, especially women and children, they said like we didn't know we have such rights and we can achieve that, and that really mobilizes people. I think creating literature in vernacular language, especially around SDG, and creating stories can create a kind of, I think Nandita ji was talking about a campaign. And to lead a campaign, you need to create, India has a lot of languages, I think 1652 local dialects. If you can do it in local languages, create literature around SDGs and million mutinies our poor and marginalized people are doing to live in fragile geographic situation condition can really help them to bring the change in their position. They can negotiate, they can achieve, they can get their due from the state and from all of us. I think if we can create some platform to create literature in the vernacular language, that would surely accelerate the process.
Thank you, Dr. Ambika. This is a wonderful idea. So on behalf of the organizing team, I thank all the three speakers, Sukhaman Randhawa, Ambika Prasad Nanda, and Nandita Mathur. Friends, we have come to a closer of the technical sessions of the day 2 conference on the role of universities in achieving SDGs. We had stimulating discussions and brainstorming sessions on the various themes of SDGs. I thank all the speakers and participants for making this a grand success. The valedictory session will begin at 2:45 p.m. I request all the participants to be a part of the valedictory session. Thank you. Yes, madam. Yes.
Is it not possible to follow suit? Why should we leave such a gap?
Okay, we will, yes, we'll try to reach out.
Yeah, it's 2:30.
The members. Yes, we can start at, it is 2:25. We can start at, yeah, 2:30 we can start.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shayabrita? Shayabrita Machi, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm there.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the valedictory session of the two-day conference on the role of universities in achieving SDGs. We have been listening to the eminent speakers deliberating in the areas of SDGs and role of universities in achieving it. All these valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these issues. Now, I request Chayabrita Machi, Associate Dean, School of Applied Sciences, to present the conference synthesis report.
Thank you very much, madam. A very good afternoon. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. A very good afternoon to all respected dignitaries from CUTM and outside CUTM, all faculties, students, and guests. I thank CUTM for entrusting me with the valedictory address of an important conference titled Role of University in Achieving SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals that are defined by the United Nations. The textbooks of physics actually tell us that Earth will last 7.5 billion more years. Then why do we talk about the sustainable goals? Why are these needed to be defined and for whom? So as mentioned by the keynote speaker of this conference, Professor Omkarnath Mohanty, that the sustainability of the human race is under question. Human race has made tremendous technological advancement, but at what cost? It has created equal amount of havoc in nature. The clean energy, even the clean energy also comes at a cost of e-waste. Thus, sustainability needs to be defined for us and for our future generation. Now, so that is why the SDGs are categorized by UN. Now, every SDG that is categorized by UN, we know, we have seen that there are 17 categories. So they are all the goals and targets of these 17 SDGs are interlinked to each other, as pointed by Professor Shupriya Patnaik in her contextual speech. They are interlinked and interwoven so intricately. As you can see in this slide that I have chosen India, for India, all the 17 SDGs, and tried to find out the targets and the goals, how they are related to each other. So you can see they are very intricately woven. Hello? Hello?
You continue, madam.
Oh, okay, thank you. So all the targets and SDGs are indivisible and intricately woven to each other. So if we address one, we are addressing others also. So then how to achieve them? The question is how to achieve them. So, and one answer to that is through awareness. So here is the key to successful sustainability, where the education and the role of university, the topmost educational institute, becomes utmost important. While welcoming delegates, Professor Prashant Mohanty mentioned that CUTM has been aiming sustainability through skill-based education for employability of the young generation. I must mention that CUTM might be late in documenting under SDGs, but the efforts and goals were always resonant with the SDGs since the inception of the SDGs. Thus, CUTM is apt in organizing this two-day conference on role of universities in achieving SDGs. The conference covered few important aspects related to the SDG goals. Number 3, that is good health and well-being that ensures healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Then the number 4, that is the quality education to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Then the SDG number 5, that is the gender equality to achieve the gender equality and empower all women and girls. Goal number 9, which talks about building resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovations. Goal number 10 indicates the reduced inequality within and among the countries. So that needs to be achieved. And goal number 17, which talks about achieving all these SDGs through the partnerships. So, and then the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. So for this conference, we had many eminent speakers with us, like for the SDG number 4, which talks about quality education. We had Padma Shri Professor Devi Prasanna Patnaik, who told us the importance of the language. The language has the potential to create and to destroy also. So the language-based education is important for inclusion, because inclusiveness is one of the important factors for getting the sustainability goals. And thus, by introducing language-based education, we can have sustainable society. And this is also just now talked by Dr. Ambika Nomdo, who said that when they made this language in the local language booklet about the SDGs, then people came to know about their rights, and they were very happy to know about it. So this is what shows that the language-based education is an important for the inclusiveness. Next, Professor Haribandhu Panda emphasized on the quality of education. We have quantity of education, but now we require also to increase the quality of education. And what does it mean? It means that the education that confirms the requirements of student, parent, family, community, government, and society as a whole. And for that, one needs to have a faculty-driven governance, accountability and transparency of the system, technological infrastructure, and student-centric teaching and learning process. So here, the universities are the most important part. In the SDG number 5, we had Dr. Suchitra Pradhan and Professor Smita Mishra Panda as a speaker of the session, where Dr. Pradhan showed us that the women, only 74.6% women are in higher education, and in the workforce, the percentage is only 27.4%. So there needs to be more government initiatives. Of course, there are government initiatives, but still we require more initiatives which will take care of the equal access to the education for the women and the girl child, the healthcare, their decent work, their representation in political and economic decisions, equal right in land and property, sexual and reproductive health, and technology and internet rights. To add on to this, Professor Smita Mishra Panda emphasized that social responsibility of the students and faculties in higher education institutes are more important. SDG 5 needs to be included in the curriculum with the new values and practices. And actually CUTM has this gender, human rights and ethics course in their curriculum. And CUTM also takes care that there is a number of women in the senior management positions are more. The faculty and students in terms of the girls are more, and research on SDG 5 is already going on in CUTM. So CUTM is already playing an important role for this SDG. Next, the SDG number 9, which talks about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Yes, this comes through, the innovation comes through the research. And research along with the university or done by the university in collaboration with the industry is most important. And here, Professor Muktikanta Mishra has shown us how CUTM is already in the path of innovation and entrepreneurship through Gram Tarang Employability Training Services, Gram Tarang Inclusive Development Services, Gram Tarang Foods, Gram Tarang Technologies, Urban Micro Business Centers. And being a skilled university, it has moved from the skill training to the manufacturing. And it has made this manufacturing a limited liability partnerships. And they are being incubated, and there are startups being supported by the Center for Innovators and Entrepreneurships of the university. So CUTM is already on the path of following SDG number 9. And here Dr. Sangram Keshari Lenka also showed us that how greenhouse gas emission reduction in India is required. And for that, additional forest and tree cover needs to be increased by 20. And the LPG use needs to be promoted. And climate resilient genotypes of rice and water cropping system and a restoration of the eroded lands are required. I think here also in genotyping for the rice and water cropping system, CUTM is already working on it. So we are on the path. And today we had some distinguished speakers for the SDG number 10, which talks about reduced inequality. So Dr. Bishwajit Das emphasized on the caste system of the India, where we require the better implementation of the reservation policies for better inclusiveness of the people based on the caste system. Now here again, universities can play an important role by sensitizing the mentality of the young generation. Why that is required? Because the reservation based on caste system, as was discussed during the question answer session, that reservation based caste system can go a long way or require a long time to make these people inclusive in the society. So here universities can actually sensitize the mentality of the young generation in order to curb caste-based exclusions. So this is also a very important suggestion by Dr. Biswajit Das. And next, Ms. Upasana Sikri, she emphasized on social-based inequality, which is mainly gender and caste in India. And if we give access to higher education to the caste, we say exclusive caste people, then and getting the individual from disadvantaged section into the university, and creating a sustainable partnership with the schools where this disadvantaged section students learn, then maybe the caste and gender-based inequality can be reduced. And the strategy for this are based on 3 C's, that is converge, collaborate, and competition. These need to be adopted at every level of government and the university. Now, SDG number 3, where CUTM is actively involved to ensure healthy lives and training the manpower for promoting the health requirements. We had eminent speakers, Ms. Abha Mishra and Dr. E. Venkata Rao. Ms. Abha Mishra, she exposed us to the reality that in the COVID pandemic, actually mental health has been affected, and it has shown that mental health is equally important as the physical health. So we need to focus on the mental health part also. And during this pandemic, the mental health of the child is rated because they are confined to the home. They are not going to the school, so their social life is very less. So they are the most mentally vulnerable society or a community. And here the universities can play a role by creating university hospitals. She showed some examples also for it. And here university hospitals can play an important role in public health care. So through those examples, she has shown that how university is important for public health care. I think CUTM also has a public healthcare system. So CUTM is also is following the SDG number 3. And regarding the mental health, further, Dr. Venkata Rao has suggested that yoga, shown that yoga can be a very important tool in handling the mental health. And this India has since 5,000 years. So he emphasized and suggested the universities to include yoga in the curriculum and bring the significant changes in the mental health of the young generation. And this is, I think, is possible. Next, we talked about the SDG number 17, which actually builds the partnership for all the goals. So here the members from UNDP, Ms. Sukhman Randhawa, Dr. Ambika Prasad Nando, and Ms. Nandita Mathur actually showed us the importance of this partnership. And university is important for converting the abstract ideas to the local solution. This is what Ms. Randhawa had said, and this is very important. Yes, universities are the tools which can convert their abstract ideas to the local solution. They can be the spokesperson of the SDGs by training the young generation. The research comes from the university, the capacity building, and the new partnership around the SDGs can be brought around by the universities. And there are some private companies, as she informed, who have developed the SDG finance tools. So maybe universities can approach them for the funding. So universities has to create new pathways where the pathways will need to use less resources from the environment, yet deliver more. This is very important. And Dr. Ambika Prasad Nando has emphasized that localization of SDGs is very important. So you have to build capacity of the community members around a localized area, and that can be done through research where universities intervene or partner become the partner of the communities. And there has to be a regular contact with the communities to monitor the output and build new partnerships and new pathways of sustainability. And as very rightly said by Ms. Nandita Mathur, leaving no one behind, reaching the farthest first, and focus on the output are the pathways for the successful sustainability. And post-COVID, the SDG push is more important because we have to recover the loss. And academia partnership with the private sector and the civil society is very important here. I think while addressing all these goals, Centurion University has already touched upon all these goals and already working on it. So we are already, Centurion as a family, we are already on the way of following the SDGs, SDG goals and sustainable development goals. And we have long way to go. But we are on the right path. That is what the conference showed us, that we are on the right path and we are doing good. So we need to progress more and build the partnership further with the industry and the NGOs and the bodies like UNDP and all to achieve further these goals, and also to include slowly the other goals of SDGs. So with this, I thank all of you for your patience listening, and CUTM for conducting this wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chayabrita, for making a cogent presentation of the scoping report on the SDG conference and Centurion initiatives on the Sustainable Development Goal themes. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Dr. Anita Patro, the Registrar of the University, to propose a vote of thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Hello, good afternoon all.
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, madam.
Hello. Hello. I think she has dropped.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Hello.
Hi, good
Can you
afternoon.
hear me? Good afternoon. Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. We have been having this conference on role of universities in achieving SDGs. Started yesterday and it was going on, and today this is the last session. So we know that the SDGs, 17 SDGs, which focus on social development and environment protection and economic growth, works towards having equal and secured world and a more developed world by 2030. Now, in our poster and banner, we have written already Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which calls even for the higher education institutions like that of Centurion University to come forward and contribute towards achieving these sustainable development goals. So Centurion University has, as Chayabrita Madam has already been saying, that has already started on the path, contributing on the path of SDGs, and it's co-creating knowledge to produce the sustainable solutions and local solutions. Here we are trying to produce students who are professionals, but with sensitivity and will be responsible citizens. I would like to start my vote of thanks with Dr. Prashant Mohanty, who had given the welcome address and had laid down the setting for the whole two-day conference. Thank you to Dr. Professor Supriya Patnaik, Vice Chancellor, Centurion University, who gave a talk on setting the context for this two-day conference on how we are towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I am also thankful to Dr. Omkarnath Mohanty, who gave the keynote address. We know him. He is one of our Board of Governors members and is former Vice Chancellor Deputy. And he had talked about managing or contributing towards sustainable development goals, even if we are in the path of development through technology. I'm also thankful to the technical session speakers who have spoken on quality education, gender equality, industry innovation and infrastructure. We had themes on reduced inequalities, good health and well-being, also on building partnerships for SDGs. So the technical sessions were delivered by well-established speakers in their field, I'm thankful to Dr. Devi Prasanna Patnaik, sir. He is a Padma Bhushan awardee and Board of Governors member for Centurion University. He is founder director, Central Institute for Indian Languages, Mysore, and aptly, sir has said that inclusion through language-based education will help the higher education institutes to deliver or contribute in achieving the SDGs. I'm thankful to Dr. Haribandhu Panda, sir. He's former Professor IRMA and former Vice Chancellor Centurion University. And sir is now an education innovator with chlorophyll, and he spoke about quality of education, which needs to be one of the pillars for achieving the SDGs. I'm thankful to Dr. Suchitra Pradhan, Madam, who is Program Manager, World Bank funded project, and she has spoken about the gender equality. Dr. Smita Mishra Panda, Madam, Professor, School of Management, who talked about the social responsibility of students and faculty in achieving the sustainable development goals. In technical session 3, Professor Dr. Muktikant Mishra, sir, President, Centurion University, he spoke on the entrepreneurship aspect and industry and innovation aspect of higher education institutes, which will help in achieving the sustainable development goals. Thank you, sir. I'm thankful to Dr. Sangram Kesari Linka, who is a biotechnologist and molecular biologist and associate fellow at Energy and Resource Institute, New Delhi. He spoke on the genotyping and climate resilient researches going on in India. That's the next day started with the technical session on reduced inequalities. I'm thankful to the speakers, Dr. Biswajit Das, Professor and Founding Director of Center for Cultural Media and Governance, Jamia Millia Islamia. He talked about better implementation of reservation policies. Thank you, sir. And to Ms. Upasna Sikri, who is a public policy analyst, and she spoke about social-based inequality and access to higher education. Thank you, madam, for that. Then the technical session 5, which was on good health and well-being, we had speakers, Ms. Abha Mishra, the state head Odisha of United Nations Development Program. And madam had spoken about how university hospitals can work for public health care. And Dr. E. Venkat Rao, who is doctor by profession, and he spoke on mental health and well-being and emphasized on yoga in curriculum. Thank you so much, sir. We would take this up, and it's a very apt suggestion for all the higher education institutes. Then I'm thankful to the speakers of session 6, Dr. Ambika Prasad Nanda, Head Corporate Social Responsibility of Tata Steel Odisha, who spoke about localization of SDGs so that each one of us can contribute better towards the achievement of the SDGs. Mr. Sukman Randhawa from UNDP, the Strategic Partnership Specialist, he spoke on having local solutions for the problems, or local problems should have local solutions. Now, thank you, sir, for that. And Ms. Nandita Mathur from UNDP, who is a lead resource mobilization and partnerships at SDG Coordination Center, Punjab. Madam spoke about academic partnerships that each of the HEIs can have with private sector and civil society for better achievement of this SDGs. Now, if we look at all these speakers, and as Chhayavrata madam has already been emphasizing, that we have done a lot of these things at Centurion University, but a lot needs to be done further. We can do a lot of things as suggested by different speakers. We can actually work in the path of achieving sustainable development goals. We can think and we can, of course, add to all our efforts and do much more. I'm thankful to School of Applied Science Dean, Dr. Yasasvi, faculty members, Dr. Rukmini and Dr. Gyanaranjan Mahalik, and Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Dipankar Bhattacharya, and all the students of School of Applied Science for having the exhibition on this occasion of and this conference occasion of role of universities in achieving SDGs. Thank you so much, all the students. It was a real, you can say, from heart participation, because of which we are the theme of the role of university in achieving SDGs, what we are talking about in this conference. You have tried to start working on it. Thank you so much, students. I'm also thankful to Dr. Ambika Prasad, who has been coordinating this whole event, and Dr. Pragya Pani and Dr. Nitesh, Miss Mona Lisa, and all the support staffs who have helped to make this conference a success, through live streaming and all the smooth program flows. And I'm very much thankful to Vice Chancellor Madam for her total support and guidance during the whole working of the conference or the planning of the conference and implementing it in these 2 days. I thank President Centurion University and Vice President Centurion University for guiding us, supporting us in all such endeavors. I am thankful to all the deans, my faculty colleagues, staffs, and students who have directly or indirectly been helping in this conference through different roles and participations, and being there in the university and contributing towards achieving sustainable development goals. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I think we have come to the end of the program. Over to you, Dr. Pragya Pani.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anita. With these words of acknowledgement and deep appreciation, we declare the conference closed. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.